South Ozone Park, New York. It's a glorious day, high 60s in the temperature, as of course we did cancel last Sunday that Carl Place rescheduled. As I'm your host, Acacia Kamal, happy to have you with us and enjoying the beautiful weather this afternoon. Nothing like what we saw last Sunday. As we take a look at the Carl Place, again rescheduled, brought back today, as it will be one of 3 stakes on the program this afternoon, including the Noble Damsel and the Autumn Days. A 9-race card, Belmont at the Big A. We're fast and firm. As always, today's race is presented by Claybourne Farm. As I welcome in my co-host, Andy Serling, in large part because we canceled last Sunday. It was, I think, mostly because you had requested the day off and we just really missed you.
I assumed that we canceled because I wasn't going to be here. I just assumed we'd cancel any day. I wasn't going to be here. You telling me there was another reason? Apparently the weather was bad. I wouldn't know. I was on a train. Anyhow, glad the Carl Place being run today. Looks like a fun race. Looking forward to seeing that race. A couple other horses, but I don't disagree that horse for Vilmont is the horse to beat in here. Just a couple of 3 nice turf races, and the turf races in the fall, especially when the weather holds up, are always going to be very, very strong as you start to get near the end of the season and people finally actually want to run their horses.
It is a great opportunity as we have a big field. This Carl Place rescheduled, and a competitive and interesting field as well, is spiced up. We'll take a look at his win in the Mahoney, where No Evidence finished 3rd. He did not handle the Kentucky Downs turf course. He did have some trouble in there. I thought he just never looked comfortable at any stage of the race in that running. Can he run back to this Mahoney, which was very impressive?
It's one of the problems with Kentucky Downs, right? You want to say, well, they just didn't handle Kentucky Downs Jr., basically. Eased him in the late stages of that race. Or did something sort of go wrong? Well, if something went wrong, Bill would not be running him back. So I am inclined to want to dismiss it, but you're still talking about the favorite who's coming off of a terrible race. And when you're dealing with relatively short prices, I do think you have to be somewhat concerned. If you have a 10-to-1 shot and you want to be a little bit haphazard and say, well, didn't like the track, didn't do that, that's fine. But this is a horse that's going to be, and rightfully so, favored, because if he runs back to the race in the Mahoney, this field's in serious trouble.
Absolutely, as he was very impressive, a 94 Beyer speed figure that day, and he is 9-5 on the morning line. As you mentioned, a couple of other intriguing horses in this field, though. I know you had some interesting Cairo Caper cutting back, who I have been waiting to see sprint on the turf again.
I agree, and I think that Phil Schoenthal, the trainer, to be fair to him, has probably wanted to sprint him on the turf more than he was allowed to this year, and he's getting a chance to cut him back. It's not like he ran bad going long, so I can understand some of those purses were pretty good. The turf sprints can be very, very competitive, but it just feels like a horse that might finally be getting back to what he wants to do the most.
We'll have that Carl Place coming up a little bit later. We'll be race 6 on the program as we'll kick off the afternoon. Sprinting on the main track, 6.5 furlongs and a maiden claiming for $35,000. Sergeant Caps, currently the favorite at 8-5. As we'll meet the field, beginning with a Phil Antonacci, first-time starter. No filter.
He could be named for either me or Mitch Levitas or so many other people around racing. He's not taking any money, which kind of bothers me. He's actually a 1/2-to-1 decent runner that ran pretty well. You would just think in this field for Phil Antonacci, this horse would be taking more money, but it's still a little bit early.
Ricardo Santana going to be aboard. There's Free Spin back to the dirt.
I like Free Spin. I think he's just getting back to the right surface. I don't believe he was a turf horse. I think he's a dirt horse.
Another one, turf to dirt, Party with Smarty.
Party with Smarty has had a lot of chances and still hasn't even finished second.
Trying to hit the board here, making start number 23. There is Sports Hero, been popular at the claim box now with Jimmy Ryerson.
He's got 2 races fast enough to win in the dirt. The problem is those races were for Brad Cox.
Sergeant Caps, the favorite.
Listen, he's the fastest horse in the race on a consistent basis, but he's 0 for 17.
Had a lot of chances, that's for sure. You could say the same about this guy, Into Inspiration.
I can understand the argument to want to take a price on him. I just can't get past that loss at 1-5 with a 3-length lead at Finger Lakes.
And another first-time starter to the outside in the tank for Eddie Barker.
This one's actually taking more money, but then again, Eddie probably loves him. He pretty much likes every horse that he's running, and one of the things we love about Eddie, I just wonder about it, a stern on the dirt, and this is a 4-year-old first-time starter. But listen, I joke about Eddie, but Eddie wins. So, you know, I'm always a little bit leery of first turn. In this field, you should take a look.
You can join Naira Bets today and get a $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match bonus just in time for the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Use CUP25 and sign up now at nairabets.com to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus. We are now under 2 weeks away as we have horses on the track about 4 minutes away from the opener, and we welcome in the third member of our team, Megan Burgess, enjoying the sunshine. Megan, what are you seeing from the horses here in the opener?
I know, I wasn't expecting to wear a tank top. Turtleneck, albeit here in New York this time of the year, but we got lucky. Acacia, it's very good to see you. I missed you yesterday over there at Far Hills, but we got you back today, which is exciting there. But this is a pretty interesting group. We've got 2 horses that are starting for the very first time here at one of these lower level claiming races, which is pretty interesting. As you can see, they're not taking very much money. The number 1, No Filter for Philly Antonacci, scoring yesterday, of course, in that aforementioned stake in the Sands Point with Ready for Candy. His barn has just been seeing everything so well this meet, but as Andy likes to say sometimes, there's always a regression to the mean as far as things leveling out. But he made a good impression to me in the paddock, and physically I think both of the first time starters kind of carried themselves well in the paddock. I thought they both looked pretty good physically, especially for this lower level that they will be making their debut on. But as far as the number 1 in terms of pedigree, you know, he's a half actually to the multiple grade 2 winner Having a Meltdown, who won his stakes sprinting. And the thing about both of these first time starters is they're a bit older. The number 1 was gelded last year and debuting now as a 4-year-old. So kind of taken some time to get him right. He was purchased as a 2-year-old and they had him in training at their private facility. You can see from his work tab, there were some kind of stops and starts as far as getting him into the races. But as far as the way he looked today, he made a good impression in the paddock. He wears that shadow roll, you know, particularly for those types of horses that can carry their heads a bit high, making sure they're focused on the straight and narrow. But I liked him up there, and I think while he is a bit colder than what I was expecting to be on the tote board, I think he'll be pretty competitive. But I wanted to take a look at the number 6 into Inspiration quickly, making the drop down in class. And while the barn necessarily doesn't always see the winner's circle, I thought he also made a very good impression physically in the paddock as well. He was actually tacked with the pony and he was pretty settled while doing so. He didn't give anybody any real issues. You could just kind of see that that was, you know, his routine of sorts, and also wears that shadow roll. You know, gave no problems, as I'd mentioned, when putting the tack on. And I think as far as this particular group, he may have just been dropping down from those maiden special level events and may have found the right group here. I thought he was a little bit of an overlay at 6-1, but completely understand if you're kind of on the fence and may not wanting to give him another chance. But I thought that he would be pretty interesting up there. As I mentioned, not taking as much money, but interesting, and one that I also found was going to be able to handle himself just fine in this group, Acacia.
Does have some natural speed. Megan, thank you. Into Inspiration. Certainly what you can say about him is he has not faced maiden claiming foes before like some of the others, including the favorite, have. Well,
he is potentially the speed, depending what the firster's doing here. The problem with Into Inspiration is twofold. And listen, if he's 6-1 and you like him, you should bet him. If you're trying to beat the 0 for 17 Sergeant Caps, don't you want to do it with a horse that has less exposure than this horse, who's 0 for 11, 0 for 10 on the turf? Plus that loss 2 back at 1-5 or 3 back with a 3-length lead of Finger Lakes, I can't get past. As far as Sergeant Caps, he was held off by the long shot Red Miller, but Red Miller had some things to like about him for John Terranova. And I thought he ran fine. And frankly, the speed figures he's run his last couple of races in New York are both fast enough to probably win this race. And maybe at some point he's going to win. Maybe none of these horses are any good. Maybe the firsters can't run. And he'll just find himself 3 in front at the 8th pole with nobody around to hang against. He's just not the kind of horse, excuse me, I want to bet on. But I can understand why he can win.
Yep. Sergeant Caps, Kendrick Carmouche going to be aboard for a barn, still looking for the first win of the meet as well. He's currently 2-1. Let's go back to the 2 Free Spin, who you liked. This is a horse who early on in his career, and you look back at the start of this year, he was running figures that would make him competitive, and with some natural progression in the class drop, you would think if he can run back to those, he might be one that will make some sense in this spot.
Ask yourself how you would feel about him if he only had his first 2 races. I don't think he'd be 3-1. I think he'd be vying for favoritism. He's running against better horses in Kentucky. He's running figures that are competitive with these. He's now in Rick Dutro's barn. No disrespect to Riley Mott, who's having a great year, career year, really. Yeah. And I think Riley Mott's a trainer here for a lot from over the years. But he's with Rick, and I think he's one of these horses that they got a little fooled because he got that 70 and change buyer first time out. He didn't do any running in the race. He was fooled by the nature of turf racing. So I think now he's going back to the right surface.
There is a Phil Antonacci first, or No Filter. 5-1 is half brother to multiple graded stakes winner having a meltdown. Both of these firsters, though, 4-year-olds, geldings, it took a long time to get to the races.
They did. We'll see what happens late in the year. I also want to say something else about the 2, Free Spin. Knowing Flavien Prat, if he's live, I won't be surprised if this horse is in front.
Yep. He's usually aggressive and takes the bull by the horn. 8-5, though, on the number 5, Sergeant Caps. We'll see if today's the day. Start number 18, if he can break his maiden. Kicking off a spectacular Sunday. Belmont at the Big A. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Into Inspiration. Hello, everybody. Sunday afternoon opener. Race 1 in the tank. Last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Into Inspiration. Broke smoothly from the outside. Is joined at the rail here with No Filter. They're 1-2 with a head in front. Into Inspiration. Into Inspiration, No Filter. Just behind them is Free Spin. They're followed in the blue cap of Sergeant Caps, who's a well-settled 4th. Up on the far outside in the tank. Was off a step slow. Was trying to move forward from 5th. In 6th at the rail. That's Sports Hero. The trailer. Party with Smarty. They approach 4 furlongs left to go, and No Filter's got the lead. No Filter takes him into the far turn, is up by a head. Here comes Into Inspiration. Back for more to the outside, and they went 22.65. Here comes Free Spin. Is into it now. Is right there in 3rd under a very tight hold here. Flavien Prat just waiting for the cue. Moving right in behind the embattled duo. Towards the outside, here comes Sergeant Caps with a rally 4 wide. Staying to the inside will be Sports Hero. Party with Smarty and far back in the tank. They reach the top of the stretch and battling on Into Inspiration. Straightens up and sprints for home. Free Spin has got to find more from there. Is trying to catch that top duo. Still battling on No Filter and not out of it yet. Sergeant Caps. Here comes Sergeant Caps lifting on the grandstand side. Sergeant Caps, Free Spin. They've taken the lead now. Free Spin to the inside. Sergeant Caps drifting. Sergeant Caps, Free Spin. Photo finish. Looked like Sergeant Caps on the grandstand side over Free Spin, then Into Inspiration. Then a photo. That was No Filter with Party with Smarty in 1 minute 16.40 seconds.
Sergeant Caps gets the win as the favorite just kept grinding. You could kind of see, I don't think he really wanted to go past Andy. This was actually a little bit tighter than I thought there between him and the 2 Free Spin, but Kendrick Carmouche timing it right.
Yeah, I made a big bet on the 2, and you're not allowed to do a lot of whining when you lose to a horse like the 5, Sergeant Caps, who the 2 had every chance to beat him. Free Spin got an absolutely perfect trip under Flavien Prat, angled out. Could see Flavien wanted to try it, but somehow he lost to a photo to a horse that it seems almost impossible that you could lose a photo to, but Sergeant Caps finally found his field.
Finally found the spot to get the win, and I'm sure really for trainer Wayne Potts getting that victory first of the meet here. It is 5-2, 6-1. Free Spin sitting behind the pace, and it looked kind of anybody's race as far as the top 4 into the stretch, and just relentless grind from Kendrick Carmouche and Sergeant Caps.
Yeah, he managed to get up and win the race, and I'll be looking forward to betting against Free Spin next time. Today was his day to get it done. Next time he'll find some new face to beat him because you're supposed to beat Sergeant Caps when you get into a stretch duel with him.
Well, start number 18 was in fact the lucky one, though. Sergeant Caps gets the victory at 8-5 with Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll see if tax implications can give a 7th Noble Damsel win for trainer Chad Brown. More on her and the rest of the field after this on America's Day at the Races.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at nairabets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championship with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. It started at nairabets.com today. Love that view. As we are just a stone's throw away from New York City, if you don't count the traffic. Sergeant
I
Caps.
don't have to worry about traffic.
Yes, you're a public transportation guy. Sergeant Caps with the victory. Love a good A train myself, which you can take right here to the Big A. Kendrick Carmouche winning the opener, though. Nobody loves it more than him as he's standing by with Megan.
I feel like this is the true baptism, getting to interview Kendrick at Aqueduct finally. But this was really, you kind of mentioned off camera, you know, really getting him there in the end aboard Sergeant Caps, finally edging out a victory. Can you kind of just take me through that trip and how you really managed to get him home in that way?
I rode him last time, and you know, he was a horse that finished like 5 seconds or 4 seconds. So you know he's not a horse that want to pass horses. So last time I rode him too perfect. I was sitting there thinking I was gonna run past these horses, but today I wanted to keep him tucked in around the turn a little, and then once I get to the top lane, just try not to hit him. I think these horses that don't want to pass horses, they don't want to get hit. That's my opinion, but I caught some crosses on him and just kept edging him away from that horse, and at the end, he finally put his head down, and I was like, well, Podsy, we're in the house, baby. We're in the house. We're going to the winner's circle, Sunday Fun Day.
Sunday Fun Day, indeed, the first win for the barn this meet. But I do want to pick your brain a little bit about Addict, who you'll ride later on in the Noble Damsel, shortening up. What have you been able to learn second time now you're being able to ride her?
She's a very nervous filly. You got to take each race at hand, with her. Last time she was very well behaved with me in the post parade, and she ran really well. She settled good. Mr. Dunk not going to be here today. He told me to ride him like I own her, and, I'm going to just try to keep her calm and let her run away from there a little and see what everybody want to do and go from there. But the ball is in my court. I think today coming back, hopefully she be nice and calm and she can repeat that race.
Well, great ride here, and you do ride them like you own them, Kendrick, by the way. Yeah, but always nice to catch up with you.
Thank you, Megan. Louisiana, baby, we're in the house, baby, right out the booth.
Always nice to catch up with Kendrick, Acacia.
He lives in Delaware, doesn't he? Louisiana.
He's representing his hometown.
He's the best.
He's loyal to his roots, which you gotta love. Kendrick is awesome. My favorite thing about Kendrick at Aqueduct is the crowd. We love our Aqueduct fans, the Aqueduct faithful, the tried and true here on the apron. And when he comes back and he hypes them all up, you saw it when he had his Miles on Victory and he kind of ran out into the crowd, just how much they love
He is
Kendrick.
a ham. There's no
And
doubt
he
about
plays
it.
to
He's the
but
best.
It's awesome.
Nah, listen, I mean, if you don't appreciate Kendrick, and he's lots of fun, and I'll tell you something else, he's a hell of a rider.
Yeah.
And not just a really good rider, he's always been a good rider. I think he's really, I mean, he might say, I don't know if I've always been, I think he's really improving his game all the time, and that's something you should ask of everybody, and you should ask of yourself, and I think Kendrick's riding gets better and better.
You see the finesse, too, especially on the turf with some of those big stakes. What he did was deterministic. Laurelin as well, winning some of those big races. I think a marquee year for Kendrick, which is a lot of fun to see.
Yeah, I think that being with Jimmy Riccio, they've been a really great team together, and I think there's a lot of comfort in that. And I think with a jockey, you get an agent you're comfortable with, it's doing a good job. I do think it really helps.
He'll be aboard Brave Buck, who is one of the favorites right now, coming up in race 2, claiming race, sprinting on the main track. My man, Maddie, highlighted as the favorite at the moment, though. But as we touched on before the break, coming up later in the Noble Damsel, Chad Brown has won 6 of these, so he's looking for his 7th. And Tax Implications, who's drawn to the outside, did get a win last time against subpar competition. She was a heavy favorite that day, and you and I were discussing off camera, Andy, is if she still has it in her. She's now a 5-year-old. She won the Eatontown last year, and she just has seemed to be maybe a step below some of the other stakes fillies that she's run against.
She is a bit of a horse that runs a little to her competition. You know, she's got some really good efforts. For instance, her second 2 back to Proctor Street, I don't think Proctor Street ran better than her that day. She just got a much better trip.
Yeah.
And Proctor Street is good and
She's very
improving.
good.
I think her Matriarch, she ran super, closing into 4th in a no-pace race. So she's got some good competition, but then she's got a race like this where she won. But come on, those horses are vastly inferior to these. So there's a little bit of a question if she's sort of at the end of her good run, or if she just runs to competition. And she's got some competition in here.
Yeah, it came up a really interesting race. It's a horse who will be now on the rail with the scratch of the 1 is the 2 Aussie Girl off of a big layoff for trainer Will Walden. She did run some good races before the layoff, though. This is her Keeneland win back in October of 2024.
Well, that's the other problem for Tax Implications. Every horse that she has to beat, including Feather Boa, who I'm not a big fan of, but obviously is an impossible in here, they're horses that are more forward than she is, right? Aussie Girl's likely to speed. Edict is likely sitting second to her. So you've got 2 horses that are chief rivals that have talent and they have better tactical position than her. So that presents a whole different problem for her. Not only talent, but tactics.
And it's been a breakout year for Will Walden. You know, we touch on young trainers, got his first grade 1 at Keeneland as well with Rhetorical. This one as the layoff to contend with, but Will's only had a couple of horses come here to New York this fall, and they've been live.
And, you know, if you look at it, enormous amount of the grade 1s in the turf this year have been won by New York breds.
Yes, that's
you know,
true.
Especially the ones under the mile and a 3/8 division going shorter. And Rhetorical's obviously a very good one. And Will's a dangerous trainer coming in. I picked Aussie Girl partly because of that, and I thought she'd be the speed.
Well, we also have the Autumn Days to look forward to as well. I think a perfect race for today, as it is a lovely autumn day. We'll go as race 9, sprinting on the turf for the older fillies and mares, as Toopy Fort Gray Motion was best last time out in the Sensible Lady over Life, Love, and Laughter, as those two will get to rematch this afternoon.
Isn't it a similar conversation that we were just having about the Noble Damsel, in that Toopy, Don't Look Back at All, Dance Macabre, the 3 main contenders. Toopy has the most speed of all 3 of those horses. And when you've got 3 horses on their days are all capable of running well, the horse who has more forward position, especially in a race where there just isn't a ton of speed with Truth and Beauty coming out, they have a little bit of an edge. It may not be as big an edge in the turf as it can be on dirt, but it's still a bit of an edge, and Toopy is a horse that will have no problem being forward, especially with Flavian.
She has been a little bit awkward out of the gate in her last couple of starts, though. As last time she was able to come from off of it in the Sensible Lady, and she showed a new dimension. I think she's better when she shows her speed, but recently she's been a little bit bad out of the gate.
Well, I'm going to trust in Flavian with her. And you know how much I love Danse Macabre. I'm afraid that she's one that gives herself a little too much to do sometimes. And I do like her a lot as a horse, and I think she's the biggest threat. She's a little more reliable than the other horse from Miguel.
She is. She's remarkably consistent. She didn't run well at Kentucky Downs last time out, had to run against the likes of A.G. Bullitt. This is her win up at Woodbine, 2 starts back. I thought even her first race of the year back in April, she ran really well behind Future Is Now, but she is a deep closer.
She is a deep closer. She's very comfortable running inside of horses, which sometimes gets her in a bit of trouble. And as you saw in that race, she took quite a slam at the 8th pole.
Don't look back at all as we look at the Smart and Fancy 2 starts back. Speaking of Future Is Now, she ran well coming from off of it behind that one. At one point, she used to show more speed. Lately, she's been doing it from off the pace.
I don't know what to do with her. If she's able to run back to this race, she is a major contender. I mean, she did have trouble at the start. She was still second best here. She got a great ride from Manny thereafter. But then you cut to the next race, and she's a complete and total no-show in there. So you've got a horse that, unfortunately, she's got some races where she just doesn't seem to show up. When she runs her good race, though, she's a huge player in this race.
She has been a tricky one this year as she had an exceptional 2024, including winning the Caress up at Saratoga, and just a little bit tricky to see as she has glimpses of that form this year.
No, I mean, if she can run her good race, but you have to ask yourself, do you want to sort of roll the dice that she runs a good enough race? And I guess price is your guide.
3 stakes on the card today. On Sunday, the rescheduled Carl Place and the Noble Damsel and Autumn Days, which we just previewed a bit, so a lot to look forward to. Stakes action kicks off a little bit later on today with the Carl Place in race 6. Yesterday, the feature was the Sands Point. Ready for Candy. Well, she's been ready for the winner's circle, now 3 for 3 since being purchased and moving to the barn of Phil Antonacci. We'll recap her effort after this on America's Day at the Races.
Now $1,600,000, $1,600,000 bid now $650,000, $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
The grand finale of the yearling sale season. 2 catalogs offering quality yearlings by the nation's top sires. A sale that has produced scary good results with 5 Breeders' Cup wins in the last 3 years. Recent grads include Eclipse Champion and Horse of the Year, Torpedo Anna, Eclipse Champion, Soul of an Angel, and many more of the sport's current stars. The Fasig-Tipton, Kentucky October Yearling Sale, October 20th through 23rd in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Well, we've been here since 1910. Started here with my great-grandfather. They moved the operation from Virginia to present-day Claybourne in Paris, Kentucky. Long lineage between my grandfather, Bull Hancock, who was really influential in importing European stallions. And those stallions ended up kind of transcending the American bloodstock, and they're still evident and prevalent throughout the pedigrees today. My father, he had Mr. Prospector. He brought him up from Florida. He's had Danzig. Obviously, Secretariat was his first stallion that he ever syndicated. So he caught lightning in a bottle right off the bat, and I'm trying to do the same thing now. Certainly we've come along and been really lucky and gotten some really good stallions along the way. Warfront's obviously in the sunset of his career. He's been unbelievable for us. We're looking for someone to fill his shoes, and we're excited about Mindframe. We think he can be that next big horse for us. Annapolis has had his first foals on the ground, and they're looking unbelievable. Certainly Prince of Monaco, he has his first that are in utero, and we're looking forward to those foals in the spring. We've really put an emphasis on our September sale this year, more so than years past. We're feeling confident that we have a really good group, and hopefully the sales results will prove that. We've had a lot of wonderful clients over the years that have really supported us and backed us, and that's been one of the main reasons why we've had the success we've had. We couldn't do it without them. It's hard to be in business for 115 years if you're not doing things the right way. Our motto is do the usual and usually well, and we've always felt like if you take care of the horse is going to take care of you, and we've certainly been lucky in that regard.
And a program brought to you in part by Claybourne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Andy spent all night carving the pumpkin, and you did a beautiful job.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad somebody appreciates my hard work.
Yes, I know. I appreciate the artistry.
Yeah, a lot of time in the pumpkins. Fell asleep early last night, actually.
You feel well rested?
Yeah.
Yeah. You ready to fire for today?
Yeah.
Good.
I'm always
Very
ready to
glad for
fire.
that. Well, yesterday the feature was the Sands Point, and Ready for Candy looked like very much the horse to beat. And while maybe she's not winning by open lengths, she is a horse that really fights for it, and she's been very good since moving to the barn of Phil Antonacci.
She's also got a great ride in this race and staying inside and getting all the best of the trip in this race. She found a tough foe and a horse that I think we both thought would run fairly well in the year. The recent Maiden Breaker running second there down to the wire. You know, maybe the third horse was left with a little too much to do. You think about the first two finishers were much more forward placed. I would say that Dylan did a good job saving ground. She might have been a little too far back, but a nice performance by the top two. Two horses on the improve.
Absolutely. It's Ready for Candy and winning a grade 2. In fact, the biggest stakes victory of Phil's career thus far. I didn't even realize when she won last time that it was his first graded stakes. I just had assumed because seems like he's been winning a lot, and then he told me afterwards it was his first graded stakes win.
He's having a great year. His horses are running very, very well, and unfortunately we haven't seen then.
Yep.
The horse looks so good up in Saratoga, and hopefully he comes back at some point and we see him run because he's very talented. It seems like a lot of Phil's success has come on the turf.
Absolutely. He had Ready for Candy ready indeed. Is Megan bringing you into this conversation? What were your thoughts on that performance? A horse that she's 3 for 3 now with her current barn.
She has done nothing wrong. It seems she's certainly come alive in the Phil Antonacci barn. And it's really special for these young trainers to kind of get those memorable types of horses. First graded stakes win, as you mentioned. Now this filly going 2 for 2 with back-to-back stakes credentials now on the resume. But she just worked out a beautiful trip. Phil had mentioned this in the winner's circle yesterday with Richie, that Ricardo just rode her to perfection, was able to save ground, press off of slower fractions, and make her run. And make her run she did. I thought she looked incredibly impressive in her effort in the Grade 3 Winter Memories, but she was kind of getting closed upon by some of those horses we saw come back yesterday in Paradise City and Decadent. But she handled this group just as well as she handled her prior. And as Andy had mentioned about the number 6, Pretty Picture, she had no pace. She was last of the group coming into the far turn, and she's certainly one of those horses I'm looking forward to betting back. Undefeated prior to this for trainer Chad Brown, saved ground along the rail, making her run late, and I thought she worked out a pretty impressive trip overall, considering she was up against it as far as the pace was concerned. But fast market there for John Terranova. He was didn't have the best of numbers before she broke her maiden on the turf, but she made a very good impression against winners for the first time yesterday as well. So I think this is a pretty interesting group of fillies, Acacia, moving forward to keep your eye on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of fun, a fun division as well, Megan. I know Andy and I liked Fast Market yesterday. She ran very well behind a filly that's just in good form.
Yeah, no. I mean, I cemented that exactly yesterday and did think Fast Market. I think Fast Market, I would disagree a little with Megan in the sense that I think her PPs were a little better than maybe looks. Her maiden win was very, very good in that race. She ran terrific to break her maiden. And you look at her races, her race 3 back where she ran in his 5.5 furlong race, Saratoga, she should have won. And you know how I feel about Joelle Rosario, but probably not Joelle's best ride of the meet up there. And she had sporadically, but she's running stake races as a 2-year-old, so it's not like that race came out of nowhere for her. I think she's just finally getting a chance to do what she wants to do, and she's in good form for the Terranovas.
One to watch moving forward. Race 2 coming up next. Sprinting on the main track, $17,500 claiming race. Non-winners of 3 in life. There is the current favorite, My Man Maddie, who I thought ran very well last time behind Timaeus, who would come back to win again for Bruce Levine. He's obviously been a tricky horse to keep on the track, but does have speed.
Yeah, this is one where I thought that he'd be favored because of his tactical advantage. Last time out, he got caught up in a wicked speed duel, and he lost a horse that came back to win against Tougher. I thought this was an effort that was a lot better than the 63 buyer suggests. This is one where I think the pace comes into play, and you look at Timeform US, and they gave the horse a 100 figure. That's suggesting that this race really was upgraded because of the pace, and I happen to agree with that. Now, I didn't pick him on top because I actually thought that Brave Buck would be the second choice, so I picked Brave Buck because I don't totally trust My Man Maddie. You're talking about a horse that had, what, 2.5 years off, right? A year and a half off, excuse me. Didn't run well. Comes back 3 months later. At least he's putting some races back to back, but as a 7-year-old, near the end of his 7-year-old year, I just don't totally trust him. And I think that Brave Buck might be a horse that's improving for Linda.
Let's meet the rest of the field, though, starting off with the one Dad's Good runner, the Wayne Potts Barn, looking to go 2 for 2.
They are, and they claimed this horse last time. And he's better than his 2 for 37 record looks, but how's he going to win this race as a speed with the 7 in this race?
He did not find an easy field to try and do it, that's for sure. There's the 2 Indian Quest off the layoff.
Trainer changed the trainer that had previously trained the 1. Little tough to make in here.
Cutting back in distance as well. Brave Buck off the back of a win.
I like Linda coming off wins in those situations. She often gets these horses to take another step forward.
Complex Music is also cutting back in distance.
He's got figures that aren't that far out of it, going out for a low percentage barn, but he's not the most ridiculous horse, except at 5 to 1, he's a little silly.
My Man Maddie, the favorite.
I mean, he's the horse to catch and beat. I do think he's the one to beat, even though I picked the 4.
Big price on the number 8 Badlands Ruler, who goes back to the dirt.
Yeah, he's a little tough to recommend, at least off his recent efforts.
And First Trumpet to the outside.
See, I think if you're looking for somebody who has 2 favorites, I would take him over both the 1 and 4 because he's not a horse that's going to get himself in trouble. He's, as far as the pace, he's posted towards the outside. And if I were looking for a suck-up third or a horse to take as opposed to the favorites, I might take a little bit of a look at him.
Yeah, I like it. He's a sprinter. I'm very happy to see him back sprinting.
Yep, I agree.
As you can earn a 10% bonus today on Exactas at Keeneland. Opt in at NyraBets.com for a 10% Exacta bonus today. There's the number 4. Mitch Levitas loves a good flag shot. Our director, he's been waiting for that for a while.
Oh, it's a wind. He's claiming it's a wind.
It's the wind. I know. He likes to show the wind with the flag.
I can tell you the wind is 10 to 20 miles an hour today, and I think it's blowing. I can never tell. I think it's blowing west, or I don't know how people can factor wind in their handicapping. I don't know how.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard at Aqueduct because it feels like it's blowing in a circle.
I can tell you the wind that I was sent to use south 10 to 20 miles an hour is the expected wind today.
Well, there's Brave Buck. Did win last time out. The claim was voided because he received a ride home on the equine ambulance following the race. Should be noted for him to be able to come back into this race today. He has to follow protocol, work for the veterinary team, be inspected, make sure that he's able to enter today. So he has crossed all of those checkpoints to come back in this race today.
I love the claiming waiver rule. I think it's a very good thing overall. I believe it's something that we did and then we didn't tweak it at all. It needs to be tweaked. Too many horses are winning and getting voided and coming back and winning. I'm sorry, that doesn't sit well with horse players, doesn't sit well with me, and I don't think you disagree. And I think we need to tweak it. I think it's a great rule. I think it's the right rule. He's now favored. I don't know. My feeling was I trusted him more going forward. I trust Linda. And if you look at him, 3 of his 4 races, he's run well.
See if he can make it 2 in a row as we check in trackside with Megan.
Yeah, I agree with Andy as far as not exactly trusting some of these horses in this race. And the number 4, Brave Buck, as he mentioned, is the trustworthy kind. And Acacia also mentioned this. So this is a voided claim for Linda Rice. He was vanned off after that win in an equine ambulance. But as she, again, just to compound on what she had said, you have to go through veterinary protocols to ensure these horses are ready to return. And as far as his physical in the paddock, he looked fantastic. He looked great. No worse for wear as far as any, serious things that he had to as far as that setback or nothing as far as him physically gave me any inclination to avoid him as far as looking at, what he had to go through in that specific scenario. But he looked incredible. Last out, of course, at Saratoga and that non-winners of 2 for this exact same tag. He looked great there. And, his lone poor performance was in a much tougher spot than this against Open 50, where he got, pace held with the 2 top finishers leading early and then kind of drawing away from that field. But, he just didn't have any run that day. And I think Linda has this horse exactly where he needs to be, the logical next step for him. And sometimes in these races, while it is a short price, you kind of just have to think with your head as far as the logic is concerned and then go from there. But the number 7, My Man Maddie, Bruce Levine teaming up with Ricardo Santana Jr. And the Levine barn has been in a great rhythm. I think last week they had a couple of winners on the same card. And this horse, again, as mentioned, he's not exactly a trustworthy sort as a win contender. Andy had mentioned he's a lightly raced 7-year-old. He's got big gaps, as far as when we actually see him running. He took the entirety of 2024 off. But at the same time, he's an older sort. He's a big guy. When he came into the paddock, I was like, whoa, this is my first time seeing him, obviously. And he's dappled out. He looked great. Maybe I wish he was a touch more fit, but I mean, he's a 7-year-old. You kind of have to give him a little grace. And sometimes it takes him a minute to get back into his rhythm. He was in against much tougher and now returns to a spot, Acacia, that I think he's more than capable of handling, but a little short up there at 6-5.
Megan, thank you. My man, Maddie. Yeah, he's a big boy. He always carries his weight from race to race. And Andy, you and I were discussing last time out, I know it was a big drop in class, but as Megan said, he's a 7-year-old. He's been a little bit tough sometimes. He ran, I thought, a huge race in there, and I thought he should be the one that's favored in this spot.
Yeah, and I want to make something clear. I don't trust this horse. I trust his trainer, Bruce Levine, as much as I trust any trainer on the backstretch. I think Bruce is one of the best trainers in the game. He obviously does not have a barn full of horses that cost a lot of money. The horses he gets, Bruce delivers. He's been delivering here for a long, long time. So he's a horse that, and I think if I saw Bruce, he would agree with me. He'd say, I get what you're saying. He's a 7-year-old that's making his 3rd start in 2 years. I don't blame you for not really trusting this horse, but I'll tell you something else. I trust Bruce. If you look at a horse in the paper and you think that horse can run or win today, and Bruce Levine trains it, bet your money. You might be wrong. It won't be Bruce's fault.
One of my favorite trainers.
One of the best.
To bet
One of the best.
And to look at and to catch up with. He's awesome. There is the one, Dad's Good Runner. He is a horse that, as you said, has races fast enough to put him in contention here. When Potts won the first race, looking to take the second as well. But tactically, where did you think he would end up? And on the rail, you kind of have to go forward with
He's going to be chasing the 7 inside. The thing, excuse me, here's what I would say. I understand. When I first got in the game, I used to say, why don't these winning trainers claim from trainers that win at low percentages? And then I started watching, and I'm sorry.
That's all right. Take your time.
Giant frog in my throat. Let's go somewhere else.
We're going to let Andy get sorted out. He said he was well rested.
What I'm saying is, then you start to see the numbers of horses claimed away from extremely low percentage barns. And the reality is I see very good trainers claim away from these barns. And while they may win occasionally, they don't get those great results. They're not claiming them and moving them away, deal up. Whatever the reasons are, that's not for me to get into. All I know is that claiming away from low percentage barns does not produce the results that you would naturally think it would produce.
Yeah, it's a very good point, and one to keep in mind as well as we look to the outside with the number 9 First Trumpet for Eddie DeLauro, as this is a horse who, as I said, I've always felt he's more of a sprinter. So he's in the right spot first and foremost. But this is a horse that, as you mentioned, he's a generous price at 17-1, and he's one that kind of gets lost in the shuffle a bit. But as you kind of sift through his races, he is a horse that could potentially be picking up some of the pieces late.
If you feel strongly that the 4 and 7 are the 2 in here that are going to run 1-2, why wouldn't you be looking to put him third in your tries? I'm not saying he's reliable. He's not reliable. But he's got a rider who's not going to gauge that much early. And he's the kind of horse that could easily pick up a piece in this race at a price. That's all.
A generous price as well. We have an early pick 4 kicking off here in race 2. Even money now on the number 7, My Man Maddie, as we get ready for the second. See if he's able to build off of that good last effort. My man, Matty, the 7-year-old son of Cantharo's Brave Buck, 2-1 right now as he goes in. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin with the call. Race 2 live, Belmont at the Big A.
Buck goes in. Here's Complex Music. My man, Matty. Badlands Ruler. First Trumpet, last to load to the outside. First Trumpet steps in. All set. And they're off. My man Matty flashes that early speed, and my man Matty, Ricardo Santana Jr. right to the front. A host of pursuers trying to keep up. Hard scent is going to be Badlands Ruler at the rail. Here comes Dad's Good Runner, and on the far outside, that's First Trumpet. Lineup of 3 in behind the lone leader, my man Matty. Back in the 5th spot is going to be Complex Music, big gap, 6 lengths almost. Back to Brave Buck and the trailer, Indian Quest. 22-1 for that opening quarter mile, and my man Matty turns up the pressure and just sprinting away. My man Matty is up by 2.5, almost 3. Dad's Good Runner is now alone in second. Can't keep up so far as Badlands Ruler dropping back First Trumpet from the back. Complex Music starts to rally on, is now taking a challenging third. Brave Buck is warming to the task, but a lot of ground to make up. Is gliding right along on the far outside. The leader is my man Matty. My man Matty's in front. Dad's Good Runner tries to charge after this leader. Complex Music is trying to rally on. Brave Buck is wandering about the stretch and trying to make up some ground, some momentum, but still a lot of ground to make up. My man Matty is almost there, has a 16th left to go. Up on the outside, Complex Music, Dad's Good Runner. My man Matty shortening strides. Complex Music is lunging. Oh, it's a photo. Looked like my man Matty just held off the oncoming strides of Complex Music, Dad's Good Runner, and Brave Buck in 1 minute 10.48 seconds.
Photo finish there, as you heard from Chris Griffin's call. Watching the slow-mo, inside is my man Matty. Yeah, looks like he just holds on over Complex Music, who came running late.
Yeah, he was lucky the wire came. He's fast, but he's got some limitations late, and probably very fortunate the 4, for whatever reasons, didn't get out of the gate. And we'll take a look at the start of the race and see what happened, but he does hang on by the barest of noses over the 5 Complex Music. Tough beat for that one as he was coming apart at the end. He's fast, but he's not that reliable. And the number 4, we don't really know what happened. We're going to see the start. We'll watch the pan, then we'll watch the head-on.
I think he just kind of broke sluggish. Kendrick Carmouche he was a little high in the saddle, but he was riding him to get out of the gate, and he just finished slow. Keep your eyes on, or started slow, I should say. Keep your eyes on the 4. Broke okay. He did get bumped. Yeah, he got bumped a little bit coming out, and he didn't really have a hole to go forward. But I do think that impacted him as he was closing late.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously with a clean break, he would have won the race, but he didn't get one, and my man Matty was able to hang on by the barest of noses.
7-5-1-4 in race 2. My man Matty and Ricardo Santana getting the victory. The 5 Complex Music, ridden by Sahin Savachi. Some of you might remember he rode here in New York last winter. Had an injury, I believe, and then shifted his tack up to Woodbine, where he's been riding exceptionally well, and I believe back in New York for the rest of the season here. And I think an interesting addition to the jockey colony.
I agree. Big fan of the riding we saw from him last year for sure.
So, number 7, my man Matty and Ricardo Santana in the Flying P. Hot Pink get the win, just holding on in race 2. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back and recap the big performance yesterday in the American Grand National over at Far Hills. Grade 1, an important race for steeplechase horses. Sana here with the victory.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie.
McKenzie in a dominant performance. Chancer McPatrick proves best.
Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie.
What an amazing effort from Scottish Lassie, who's in front by 15 lengths.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net today. My man, Maddie, held off the late close of Complex Music just in time.
Were they closing or was he stopping?
Maybe a little bit of a combination
Chicken
of
or the egg
both.
argument there.
But my man Maddie gets the win under Ricardo Santana, who's standing by with Megan.
Ricardo gets the win with the number 7, as you mentioned, my man Maddie. And the recipe that's just seemed to work for you this meet has been getting to the lead, being aggressive, and it's paying dividends for you.
Well, I need to give you a lot of credit to May and PA Campo. We spoke before the race. I said it before too. We spoke before the race, about the plans to the races that we ride, like today. And I have a 5-horse today. I just want to try to say something to the end, and he was much the best today.
He was. He got there in the end, but you've kind of had this renaissance in New York. How have you been able, you mentioned your agent kind of being in tandem with you, really being able to figure out the dynamics of this new colony and being able to transfer your tack up here to New York?
Well, he gave me the chance to come to New York, and I have a lot of help for a lot of trainers. I need to say thank you to trainers and honor, that make this thing possible, and I'm really blessed to be here.
We'll ride the number 8, Don't Look Back at All, for Miguel Clement coming up in the autumn days. This is going to be your first time aboard her. Can you kind of talk me through maybe a tactic? She's got some tactical speed there as well, breaking more towards the outside.
Well, I'm just going to, in these turfs, you need to see, how she break and, whether she's going to be comfortable and just go from there.
Congratulations. You've really been on fire and have put together some pretty great rides this meet.
Thank you so much.
Acacia?
Megan, thank you. Ricardo Santana been riding exceptionally well at the meet here, as we saw up in Saratoga too, and just continuing that on, an aggressive rider, and yeah, he got to the wire just in time with my man Maddie.
Yes, he did. I don't think they were closing. I think he was stopping.
But $4.46 winner, my man Maddie, well ridden, put in the right spot by Ricardo over Complex Music. That's a Savachi in race 2. We'll turn the page on to the 3rd. We're on the turf for the first time, a mile and 3/16 coming up next, as it is Louise Proctor, who's currently the favorite for Chad Brown, stretching out in distance. This is going to be the furthest that she'll ever have gone.
Yeah, and I'm not going to be surprised when Louise Proctor wins this race. She did not have the right run of the race last time. She was a bit wide. The rail was the place to be. The race was dominated on the front end, and she did run better than it looks in that race. And she's a Chad Brown horse, every right to improve. I am shocked that she is a heavy favorite over Pukamusha.
Yeah.
And the morning line maker has the favorite, not a heavy favorite, but the favor. To me, Pukamusha has been running against horses in a completely different galaxy than these horses, and she needs this drop. She's a 7-year-old making an appropriate drop in this race. She may not win, but I am shocked to see she's a distant second choice.
She's been running faster figures and has just been facing very good horses at tough levels, running behind tax implications last time out as well. She will take a drop. More on the 3rd race in a moment, but yesterday over at Far Hills in the American Grand National, it was the number 7 Donna here to get the win for trainer Gordon Elliott over Ballysac's Hank, as they made it a thriller there down towards the wire. As Andy, there were 5 steeplechase races on the card, 1 flat race in the last race, but the 5 steeplechase races were all won by Gordon Elliott.
I heard that the locals were really excited to have somebody come from Europe and win every race.
Yeah.
So we'll see. He's obviously a trainer who's had an enormous amount of success on the global stage.
Absolutely.
Tough trip for Snap Decision.
Tough trip. He kind of hit one of the poles late, as they're on the inside, the barrier, kind of the flags. And it's, of course, Joe Clancy and I, you try to be professional and you're covering the race, but it's so hard to not just root for a horse like him. And Joe and I kind of started our unabashed rooting when it looked like he had some horse, and he didn't have any room, kind of hit one of the poles there, and then just didn't kick on.
Well, speak for yourself. You're a professional. Clancy, he has his moments.
It was a lot of fun working with him and Liza Hendricks yesterday. And it was an absolute gorgeous day.
It looked great. I'm so happy. It's very disappointing when big days like that, especially one like that where there's absolutely no cover whatsoever.
I know.
when they're nice days and a fall day and people love coming out with their friends and they have barbecues or whatever. This is a big fun party atmosphere. Happy that it was a nice day.
Some of the tailgating setups were so impressive. We walked by this one setup and they had this like giant horse statue, and then they had all the cups and drinks and everything set up. It was like a full bar, and I was unbelievably impressed.
And to the tailgaters, any of you that are watching today's show, next year, if Acacia's there, bring her some food. She doesn't really get a lot of breaks, and nobody was looking after her. I'm a little unhappy about that, so bring Acacia over some stuff next year. It's always next year.
It was a really fun day, though. Yeah,
day.
it was absolutely awesome. Love getting to go to Far Hills. As we'll take a quick time out. We'll talk a little Breeders' Cup when we come back. Sierra Leone, last year's Breeders' Cup Classic winner, looking to go back-to-back. He had to work yesterday in Saratoga in some of his final preparations as he gets ready to try and defend his title.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claybourne Farm.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at NairaBets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championship with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn.
And they're into the stretch.
Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the races as we get ready just a few moments away from race 3. But as mentioned in the Breeders' Cup Classic, Sierra Leone, who won the Whitney this summer at Saratoga, will look to defend his title, and he'll be ridden by who's become his regular pilot, and that's jockey Flavien Prat, who certainly made a big name for himself since shifting his tack here to New York. The reigning Eclipse Award winner, he's known for his consistency, his versatility, and his ability to win those big races. But it turns out, as we learn a little bit more about his backstory, it was always in his blood.
French jockey Flavien Prat has experienced success everywhere he's gone. He had become one of the most prominent riders in California before moving his tack to New York in the spring of 2022.
Flight line is in full flight. Wet pink surging under Flavien Prat. National treasure. And Flavien Prat.
Well, living in California was definitely not an easy decision. You don't want to be in the comfort zone and kind of, you know, try to challenge yourself and see what could you do somewhere else. So that was my thought process, moving on the East Coast and riding with obviously a great colony of riders and different tracks. At that point, I thought it was the right thing to do.
Stepping out of his comfort zone is not something new for Prat.
I left home when I was 14 to get to the jockey school. I actually tried to leave when I was 13, and the school didn't accept me because I was too young. I think I cried for a whole day. Never been that sad in my life.
In fact, Prat's first introduction to horse racing wasn't with thoroughbreds.
I grew up in the harness business with my dad, who's a trainer, Now my brother was working with him. Obviously, when you see your dad, you know, working from 5:30 to 1 p.m. and going back to the barn from 3 to 6, you learn what's hard work, and I just think it's an amazing way to live. In France, it can happen where there's a racetrack where half of the car will be harness and half would be thoroughbred. I love to go on the weekend with my dad and see the thoroughbred, and then went a few times to Longchamp with my mom and some friends. So yeah, it's always been in the back of my mind.
Vasilika strolls home in the Royal Heroine.
By 2019, Pratt had grabbed some of the attention of trainers nationwide, enough to get the call from Hall of Famer Bill Mott in America's most prestigious race, setting up the biggest moment of his riding career.
Obviously, we had seen that he was doing very well in California and was a good rider, and we put him on, and it couldn't have worked out better. What a great trip he worked out for him. He was 3 wide around the last turn, but he was able to avoid the contact that some of the other horses had on the inside of him. We actually did not get bothered. You know, we took a slight little bump coming out of the turn, but really nothing that would have affected us one way or another. Then, of course, 24 minutes later, they hung our number up and made us the winner.
Winning the Derby was a strange experience. A lot of mix of emotion because obviously you win the Derby, so it's great, but it's by disqualification. There's always going to be some controversy, and yeah, I didn't cross the line first. And then you have to wait. We had to wait a long time before they decide to put Country House as a winner, so hopefully one day we'll cross the line first.
I imagine that will certainly be in his future, Flavien Prat.
Who knows? Probably.
Probably. Had a remarkable year last year with the amount of grade ones. What was it, 7 grade ones at Saratoga last summer?
Sounds possible.
Just amazing.
I'll trust you.
As he will team up once again with Sierra Leone, who we saw last finishing second in the Jockey Club Gold Cup with a difficult trip. He won the Whitney this summer and will try to defend his title in the Breeders' Cup Classic. As is often the case with him and his running style, I think the pace a little bit of the conversation, but he's been a remarkably consistent horse.
He's a tremendous racehorse. I mean, he's as talented as any horse, but his running style is always going to be somewhat of a problem in dirt racing for him. And when you have a horse like Fierceness, who's also tremendously talented, quirky or not, he's extremely good, and he's a horse that can be forward. He's going to present problems for a horse like Sierra Leone, and that's why they got a pace setter for him. And for those people that have a problem with pace setters, they're wrong. Pace setters have been part of this game forever. They use them in Europe. In almost every big race, there are pace setters in the races.
Yeah,
We've seen people use them in other races. Holy Bull swatted off a couple pace setters in the Travers like they were gnats. And the thing about this pace setter, he's not bothering anybody. He's just going out on his own and running his race and making sure at least the pace is honest so that somebody else can't sort of loaf in the lead. It's part of the game. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. And they're in discussions. I don't know what decision they made. I was just reading what Dave Grenick said about running the pace setter. I think they're nuts if they don't run the pace setter in this race. And for those that are wondering, Graham Motion, a man who deservedly so gets a lot of respect in this game, he ran a pace setter for Better Talk Now and Shake the Bank. So it's happened in major Breeders' Cup races in the past. There's a history of it, and there's no reason not to do it. And with a pace setter, he'll have his best chance. The biggest problem for him with the pace setter in the race isn't that situation, it's Sovereignty.
Sovereignty, who has certainly shown himself to be able to be a bit more tactical recently, too. We'll see, as I think it's a really exciting rendition of the Breeders' Cup Classic this year.
I agree. I've heard a lot of talk. It's the best Breeders' Cup Classic I've ever time. I don't agree with that. I think we've seen some great Breeders' Cup Classic.
It's the best we've seen in the last few years.
It is definitely one of the best ones in recent years. We've seen some very strong race in the past. People's memories sometimes a little short in this game. It's a great race. There's no question about it. And I think we're all looking forward to it. And listen, we're looking forward to seeing what this field can do with Sovereignty, because Sovereignty is unusually good.
Yeah. Well, there is Chad Brown and Flavien Prat's charge here, Louise Proctor, as she has, I'm sorry.
He has 2, Chad, in here.
2. Well, I'm saying, but we talked about Flavien.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I know he has 2.
Okay. Sorry.
I do my homework.
I know you do.
So, Chad and Flavien teaming up with this one as she will try to get her first stateside victory. She is the favorite. Let's head down and get a paddock report from Megan.
Yeah, he does have 2 in here. I will be chatting about both of them. I do agree, though, as far as number 7, Pocamuca, arguably an overlay and should likely be favored as the veteran of this group. But I want to touch on the number 5, Louise Proctor, there for Chad Brown. And as you mentioned, 3 stateside efforts over the summer at Saratoga. Excuse me, words are hard. And 1 of 2 daughters in here for her sire, Sayuni. And she's kind of been a victim of the slower paces that she has faced in some of her trips. And I thought physically, she's got very much the frame of her European pedigree. She's kind of angular in her hind end. She does look very fit in here. A part of me wishes she looked a bit stronger, but I do find she has taken a bit of a step forward as far as the way she looked in Saratoga to now. So I find that she has kind of improved in that respect ever so slightly, but I thought she made a good impression overall considering her pedigree is very much evidence, in her physical, but I thought she was intriguing in this race as far as some of her trips that she's gotten. And it's one of those kind of situations with Chad Brown that usually you can really know what kind of filly you have, and he's obviously favored in many of the races he sends these types of fillies out for. But I want to get to the number 1 forward deployed. He's also kind of the other Chad Brown in this group. And I can understand why Chad has been kind of churning this filly along at the mile distance, because she does stick out in terms of her physical as a lot different than some of these more angular fillies in their hind end, she's kind of built a little bit more like a miler. And getting the stretch out in distance could be the key for her, maybe what she's been searching for off of those mile efforts. But she did make a good impression just as far as the way she carried herself, her fit, her condition. The big question for me with her is, who is she? And is she just quite good enough for this group? But at the same time, leaving one of these 2 fillies out would be likely a mistake. And I do prefer the number 5, Louise Proctor, at this distance, but I wouldn't be surprised if potentially a bit of a stretch out in distance is what forward deployed needs in this spot, Acacia.
Megan, thank you. Forward deployed, who has been running at a mile recently, will stretch out in here today. 5-1 right now for Chad Brown's other horse, but his favorite, the number 5, Louise Proctor, taking most of the attention. She too, though, this is the furthest that she's gone. She was more of a 6-7 furlong type even over in France.
I can understand the like for Louise Proctor. As I said, she didn't have the best of trips last time, a bit against the track, ran okay. Her figures are okay. I don't understand why she's an overwhelming favorite against Pocamucha. I don't know it now. Maybe I'll find out after the race, and she may win. But I don't think she's much more likely to win this race than Pocamucha, if at all.
There's forward deployed, daughter of Warfront.
I mean, Chad's going to take a shot. He probably wanted to see if she'd want some more distance, which is odd given that he's consistently run her at a mile. And she's obviously just too slow based on her races to compete here.
Pookie ran well last time.
She did, and she kind of ran out of gas late. I think suggested Tom Morley maybe a little less distance will help her. But she also got a delicious ride and trip last time.
Perhaps the class in here, Pocamucha.
I just think she's the horse to beat dropping into this race. We'll see how she handles the distance.
Louise Proctor, the favorite.
I get it. I think she's a horrible bet at 7-5, but she was against it last time, and she's a Chad Brown horse. But she is also Chad Brown horse who's lost to 7-5 and 5-2 in her last 2 starts.
There's Sayuni Flash, did win at mile and 3/8 last time.
Got it done last time at a longer distance. Maybe she's improving.
And Luck for You to the outside.
They're going to need it.
See if she can live up to her name. Does have a little bit of speed at 13-1. Back to the favorite, Louise Proctor. Yeah, to Megan's point, that has always been my complaint with her, that she is just such a lightly framed type of individual, but that is often typical of what you will see from horses coming over from Europe, as she was running on the all-weather and on some softer turf courses. But one thing I think is interesting about her is that she was bred by Vinny Viola's St. Elias stable.
Vinny's got a lot of horses running in Europe. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. And then Peter Brandt had her, and when he runs in France, it's with Jean-Claude Rouget, and then moved over to Chad in America. But I thought it was kind of a little full circle.
I think that's interesting as well. And it's funny how I've seen a number of horses that Vinny had bred that were running in Europe as well. And obviously he's had an enormous amount of success, not just in horse racing, but his Florida Panthers winning the Stanley Cup. And he's just a terrific person as well. Yeah, I mean, listen, she's okay. I don't quite understand what makes her. I mean, maybe the 4 is just getting a little old. She's a 7-year-old. She doesn't have that oomph or that will to win anymore, and I kind of get that. But I also feel like she's running against better horses, and I don't think there should be that big a gap in the odds between the 5 and 4. It's probably a little bit Pratt money and Chad Brown money as well, but haven't the two of them had plenty of chances on her? Yep. She has disappointed in her races. I think she's run well and better than it might look in both of those races. Rouge kind of had the run of the race, and that's one of her problems, her lack of speed.
Yeah, maybe Beautiful had a big tactical advantage on her last time.
And maybe the feeling is more distance will help her in that regard, but keep in mind, this horse that started out in sprints and was only going a mile in Europe, so it's not as though she's one that they've wanted to run the longer distances with.
Let's go back to the 3 Pookie. I know you liked her last time, and it was a good call. She ran very well. She got the right kind of trip, just got nabbed late to finish 3rd, going a mile and 3/8.
Yeah, I was frustrated because she was almost 7-1, but I couldn't be frustrated because she should have won. When you watch it here, I mean, Dylan, my gosh, I mean, Dylan gave her as good a ride as you can give a horse. Right here, I mean, you'd have taken 7-5, not 7-1. She goes by the 1 like that horse is tied to the rail and looked like she was home free. I was only worried somebody behind her was going to catch her, and she hangs at the end. Did the 1 dig in? I think that she just didn't finish as well as she could have, and I wonder if a little less distance will help her. The problem I have is she got a great trip, and I'm still not sure how she necessarily is good enough to beat these, because at the end of the day, it ended up being a 4-horse photo, and when they all hit the wire together, it's often an indication the race wasn't that good, as somehow Louise Proctor is 3-5 right now. Now, she may win this race, but I don't understand how anybody looks at her and say, yeah, she looks like a 3-5 shot. A 3-5 shot, especially in turf race like this, they should just sort of overlay the field. Does she actually look like she overlays this field on paper?
No, I thought the 4 should be the favorite.
So did I.
I don't think she necessarily has to win, but I thought she should be the favorite.
This is wild.
It is a very interesting board, but a horse kind of being ignored is Pookie. That filly right there from War. Let's go back to Megan.
I wholeheartedly agree, as I picked the 5 because it's who I picked on paper, and then I'm looking at it, and this board is pretty dicey. She should not be that short as far as Louise Proctor was concerned, but I do want to speak to an overlay that I feel could be getting the right recipe, right time kind of trip, right distance, that middle ground. She was at the 11 furlongs last time out, and she nearly got there. To me, she just looks like a filly that maybe needs to shorten up just a bit. She's a kind of interesting, not too interesting as far as the way she's put together, but she's kind of lighter in her frame, more refined in her physical, and she's certainly a horse that wants to get the distance. Maybe, I think last time out it was just a hair too much. And when you see them, the way she finished, and almost it just looked like a classic example of a horse that maybe just needed to cut back a bit. She looked good in the paddock. She looked, as far as, this is kind of the first time I'm seeing her in the flesh, so a part of me wishes she looked a bit stronger, a bit more flesh compared to the others in this group, but I thought she did make a good physical impression of herself, and I am really on board with her as far as getting 7-1 on a filly that I think she was ridden more aggressively last time out. I think she'll be doing so again, as the pace is quite murky in here, and I think she might be getting the exact distance that she's been looking for. Could be the perfect storm, and you're getting rewarded with the price. But I do want to touch on the Kenny McPeak runner and the number 6 Siuni Flash, the other daughter of Siuni in this field, and it kind of goes to the same comments Acacia and I both mentioned about Louise Proctor. You kind of just wish she was a little bit stronger and a little, I don't want to say scrawny, that's maybe not the right word for it, but these daughters of Siuni have a very similar physical profile. Obviously, their pedigree is very similar as well. So she's a filly that wants the distance. I thought that as far as her trip last time out, again, she was at the 11 furlongs and she won by a nose. I thought that the cutback and distance could be just right for her as well. Physically, she looks like a 2-turn turf type, very angular in her hind end, lighter in her frame. I thought she fit the mold, and I was impressed by her closing kick, especially when you look at how slow they went, and she was closing from off of it. So I thought she was also a huge overlay, Acacia, at 7-1.
Siuni Flash stepping up from that maiden score. One thing about her, as Megan touched on, we certainly know that she can handle the distance, having won going further last time.
Yeah, and listen, Jimmy Jerkins has been doing a sensational job with the Ken McPeak horses that are stabled in New York. So I'm not going to be surprised if she takes another step forward in here. And if somebody wants to take her at that price, I don't blame them. I think it's crazy that she's 6-1 and Pocomuche is 4-1. I think Pocomuche is a much better bet at 4-1. But I can understand the thinking on her. I didn't really like her, but I can respect somebody who would take a shot with her in this race. I just preferred other horses in this race. And I think that you're supposed to be doing something here, because 4-5 on the favorite is outrageous. I picked her second. I'm not going to be surprised at all when she wins the race. But contrary to people that don't understand the game, that don't understand my comments of our job not being to pick winners, the job of any horse player is to make money.
Sure.
And you don't make money by betting underlays. You can only make money by betting horses that may be fair value or overvalued over time. Nobody's that sharp a handicapper, even the best handicappers. And if you're betting a horse like this at 4 to 5, you're going to lose in the long run. You might win today, but you're not going to win in the long run. And so when I say our job is to make winners, our job is to try to find value, which is a very hard thing to do and kind of a nebulous thing to do. But one thing I know, this is a race that potentially has some value because Louise Proctor shouldn't be 4 to 5. And if people think our job is to come on here and give you 3 to 5 shots, they're wrong. They're not really horse players if they say it. Anybody that says that's not really a horse player, they don't really understand the game. The game, there's no glory is for suckers. Moral victories are for losers. I mean, I get it, but when you're betting your money, man, you got to cash.
Correct.
And so, yeah, you make a great pick at 15 to 1, and the horse runs third or a good third. You don't make any money, you don't hit tries. So what? Doesn't matter. You got to make money, and you're not going to make money in this game taking Louise Proctor at 4 to 5 race after race. That I know.
Some good insight, and should clarify, too. Andy's not saying he doesn't like her as a win candidate. She's absolutely a horse that could win 100%, but at 4 to 5 at a very short price, it's a great opportunity to look for some value should you think that there is some. 3 to 5 on Louise Proctor. We'll see if the board is right as she looks for her first stateside victory for Chad Brown and Flavien Prat. We have a pick 5 kicking off here as well. First race on the turf today. Chris Griffin standing by.
Christian Geraldo to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Step slow for Pookie. Early trailer. Speed to the inside from forward deployed. Is forwardly placed, but here comes Luck for You, and Luck for You now will press on and will take command. Luck for You is in front, up by a full length. Louise Proctor is going to join that leader now. Is trying to slow things down was Geraldo as they work towards that first turn is well off the rail. Luck for You is now a half length in front of Louise Proctor, and Flavien Prat is going to stalk from second. Forward deployed is now at the rail in third. They're followed by Polka Mucha towards the outside in fourth. Second to last, Pookie, who's picked up a spot in the trailer. Siuni Flash. They're set to move to the backstretch, and they went 24.56 for the opening quarter mile. Luck for You at a big number is in front, is just moving right along. Now picks up the tempo and is 2.5 in front. Louise Proctor is settling right there in second, is in front. Forward deployed, who's a patiently ridden third. Polka Mucha is in fourth, just behind. Louise Proctor in that two-path. Then comes Siuni Flash, who's picked up a spot. The trailer is now Pookie. 49.49 for that half-mile time. They're still chasing Luck for You. Luck for You. The rest of the field has caught up as Louise Proctor is now within a neck of the leader. Polka Mucha is going to range up 3 wide. No move yet, forward deployed. Santana at the rail, just waiting for a spot. Here comes the run from Siuni Flash. Javier Castellano, they're in fifth, and the trailer still Pookie. Luck for You is now confronted here by Louise Proctor, who's ready to pounce. Louise Proctor up on the outside. No move yet, forward deployed. Polka Mucha down the grandstand side. Also trying to run on here is Siuni Flash down the center of the course, but Louise Proctor has now started the sprint. Forward deployed is towards the inside. Polka Mucha is trying to rally on, and here comes Siuni Flash with a late run too. Louise Proctor is fending him off so far inside the final 16th. It's Louise Proctor doing enough. Louise Proctor with the victory. Polka Mucha will get second over Siuni Flash, and Pookie finished fourth in 1 minute 56 seconds flat.
Maybe not necessarily winning like a 3 to 5 shot should, but she certainly got the job done, Louise Proctor. And this is why we talk about Flavien Prat and all of the success that he's had, because he pushed her forward and put her way closer to the pace than she's ever been before.
I think that's a sensational point, Acacia. Yeah. The Flavien Prat really did make a difference on this horse. And listen, the people betting her knew he was riding. But you're right, he adjusted. You know, he made an in-race adjustment, which a lot of riders don't do. And making that adjustment made a big difference because they were going slow, which he's not. I think he was ready for them to go slow. And one of the reasons I think they tried to get the one forward in this race was maybe try to help the pace a little bit because she's not good enough to win, but she could help the pace. She wasn't even fast enough to keep up with a slow pace in here. And I think Flavien saw that happening and realized I need to adjust because if I sit back here in 4th or 5th, especially with Pucamucha in front of me, I'm not going to be able to catch that one. So he went and he got it done. You cashed if you bet her at 3 to 5. I still think this is one of the worst 3 to 5 shots you'll ever see at the racetrack. I just don't get it, but she did get it done.
5, 4, 6, 3, 3 to 5 on Louise Proctor in a sensational ride from Flavien Prat, getting the victory here. Prices and more when we come back. We'll also continue our Breeders' Cup preview as there's Botas, and here's Johnny. Botas, part of the Clermont barn, gearing up for the Breeders' Cup with a group of 4. Talk a little bit more about it after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Get back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Corniche.
We're back, and Louise Proctor heads to the winner's circle. First stateside victory. She was able to handle the distance. She was put in the right spot, and she dug in when it counted. Flavien Prat in the saddle. He's standing by with Megan.
You mentioned it. It was the perfect ride, standing by with the jockey of Flavien Prat, who got the win, and she kind of been churning away. Really unlocked her, though. The pace was quite murky, but you really managed to adjust there very well.
Yeah, I was pleased with the trip. I think, she really enjoyed a bit more ground and the auto track as well. Short field, I was able to get up, in the race, and everything together made the difference today.
Can you kind of speak to, as far as the mental clock it takes to be able to anticipate having to adjust in the way you did?
Honestly, I just try to get up in a comfortable zone. I just thought the last 2 times, she was in a decent spot, but kind of, stay a bit even, and I thought obviously the distance would help her today.
We'll seal the deal today. You've got a slew of stakes mounts coming up later on the card. Best of luck there as well.
Thank you very much.
Acacia?
Big afternoon ahead for Flavia and Pratt. Megan, thank you. Luis Proctor delivers as the favorite. $3.48 winner at 3-5 over Pocamucha and Sayuni Flash. Race 4. We stay on the turf. New York bred allowance coming up, a mile and a 16th. And right now, Sail with the win, very short price as this horse for Jeremiah Engelhart. She's 1-2.
I'm thinking that, let me take a look at the pool here for a moment, Acacia. It appeared there's just
okay.
Well, I don't know. I mean, no, she's 9-5. That was a flash with $27 to pull. She's
1-2.
I don't think she should be 9-5 either,
shocking.
but she's not 1-2. She's 9-5.
Yeah, she makes some sense. She's been knocking on the door at this level, as has Tongue Twister as they face each other a few times and will rematch. What a day! As we continue looking ahead to the Breeders' Cup, as trainer Miguel Kamal will be represented in his first year at the Breeders' Cup. See, he's smiling in that photo. All the shots they have, he's looking very
You probably
serious.
were behind him with an electric shock or something.
As on Friday.
He's 1A in the entry with you, let me tell you.
As
Maybe
Friday,
1X.
as far as the 2-year-olds are concerned, sending out Botas and Intricate Spirit. Botas undefeated. He won the Pilgrim last time out. And one thing I think was certainly a positive with him, kind of in his debut, he had that late closing. He was impressive sweeping the field. But here he actually had to overcome some adversity in between horses.
Yeah, no, I agree. He's a good horse. Looking through that race, it may not play out that way. You never really know. He's got to go to Del Mar, et cetera. But I think he is as likely, if not more likely, to win this race than any of the U.S.-based horses.
Right. Yeah, there's
Now,
always
listen,
the Euros.
I'm obviously rooting for you guys, and we are good friends and we work together, and so I want to see you guys do well, and, and the Callants have been good friends. But I think that he is, if not just one of the ones, but maybe one of the main one for the U.S.-based horses. It's just a question of how the Euros come over, who comes over and who's good, because they may be a little bit better. But this horse is good.
As Hughes game over here is Johnny, who we heard from Ray Handel on the set the other day. He's pointing to the Breeders' Cup as
Horse
well.
is okay, too.
Yeah, as he's run well. He might still be a maiden, but he has run well in all of his starts thus far. Botas 2 for 2, though. As you learned a little bit about Formula One because of his name, right?
No.
No, you didn't pay attention.
Learning anything about
At least
Formula
you're honest.
One. I watched the F1, the movie. It was good.
I love Formula One. I'm a big fan.
Really?
Anyway, Intricate Spirit, another one on Future Stars Friday for Miguel. This horse won the Futurity. He is 2 for 3. Near miss over at Kentucky Downs, but Ben Colbrook's horse that beat him came right back to win a stake after that.
Yeah.
And he was able to sit a little bit off the pace last time.
Right, but he's not a plodding type.
Yeah.
And there's going to be 5 furlongs, I assume, out there. So you probably want to make sure you at least get him company. He's okay, and he's another one, the U.S.-based horse. And I'll tell you something else. The European invaders in the turf sprint for juveniles, they don't have any kind of real advantage. So I think he's another horse who has a chance to win. These races are such crapshoots. But, man, if you can get a 2-year-old into that Breeders' Cup juvenile turf sprint, a race that should not be a Grade 1, but is $1 million in a Grade 1, you better get there. There is no owner and trainer that does not want to get into that race if they can.
It's a big deal, and that has been the goal for this horse right from the very beginning, to put him in a spot like that, especially when you have some speed, and especially, with these 2-year-old turf sprinters, anything can happen. You have some fillies. I think Sci-Fair kind of one of the main ones too that's going to be taking on the boys, and it's a wide open race.
Yeah, I feel secure. I can root for that horse for you guys. I can root for Sci-Fair, as I'm friends with the connections of that horse as well. Because one thing I know, the chance of my actually picking the winner of the race are infinitesimal. So my guess is I'll just root for my friends.
Might as well throw a dart.
Right, exactly.
As we can't wait to see what takes place, of course, in the Breeders' Cup. As you can win an all-inclusive VIP trip to the 2026 and 2027 World Cup Championships at Keeneland and Belmont. Enter at www.breederscup.com. I know we'll be at the Breeders' Cup at Belmont for sure.
I plan on attending there.
Yeah.
I have not been to every Breeders' Cup in New York, though. I did not go to the Breeders' Cup at Aqueduct.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I will never regret the Grateful Dead concert I went to that weekend.
Yes, but
including
there's a lot
Halloween in
to
South
look
Carolina.
forward to. I'm saying goodbye,
Oh.
at least for now. I know, time flies when you're having fun. I'll be back reporting in a little bit. But
See you Thursday?
I will see you, well, yes, because we're running Wednesday.
Oh, I'm not. I won't be here.
Andy is taking off.
And they're running, which
so we'll
doesn't really
probably
make
end
any
up
sense.
canceling. No, I'm kidding. Of course, we're back Wednesday. But Greg Wolf coming up on the set here to take you the rest of the way. Kendrick Carmouche And he's certainly known for doing it well and doing it with a smile, putting in the work, and it's been paying off in the afternoons. His story after this on America's Day at the Races.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. In August, Velocity scored a breakthrough victory in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks over a talented field of graded winners, including Thought Process, Will Then, and Forense Flavor.
Lush Lips, Thought Process, Velocity won it!
It was her third win in her last 4 starts, a showing that included an incredible closing kick to break her maiden at Santa Anita for her owner Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and trainer Michael McCarthy.
Austin Rose or Velocity, photo finish.
A daughter of the champion Nyquist, Velocity is a half-sister to stakes-placed Open Road, out of a half-sister to the Grade 1 placed runner Fun. Her historic female family features the mighty Man o' War and Triple Crown winner Assault, with contemporary runners including champion National Treasure and Travers Stakes winner Golden Ticket. Grade 1 winner Velocity, selling this November with Blue Water Sales.
Welcome to the 2025 Keeneland September Yearling Sale, where history was made when Three Chimneys Gunrunner, the sire of 2025 Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Locked, and Brent, became the first horse in the history of the Keeneland September Sale to sire the session topper of each of the first 4 sessions. Among them was the $3.3 million sale topper, purchased by Peter Brent, MV Magner, and Winchell Thoroughbreds. Gunrunner, Breed Shaper, Dream Maker.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. A head-turning sprinter, Positano Sunset grabbed the spotlight with a powerful stretch drive to win the Grade 1 Madison over a field consisting entirely of black-type winners, while earning a 100 buyer speed figure.
Positano Sunset, the best turned out.
In September, a stakes record-setting victory in the Open Mind Stakes at Churchill drove her earnings to over $1 million. A winner from ages 2 to 5, Positano Sunset has notched multiple stakes wins for trainer Ian Wilkes and owners 6 Column Stables, Randall Block, John Seiler, and David Hall. Positano Sunset is a daughter of Golden Sense, the sire of Kentucky Derby winner Mystic Dan, out of a half-sister to Grade 3 winner Island Town. Grade 1 winner Positano Sunset, selling this November with Hill and Dale at Alapa Agent.
Yeah. I love the morning work. The morning is something that brings peace to my day when I can wake up and say good morning to everybody and just get on horses, you know, in the morning. It's fun that us jocks get to go out and get on these horses because it builds a relationship for the afternoon where we can be even better.
Yo, what's up, brother?
Every morning I wake up, I gotta go talk to everyone to let them know how much I want it, how much I wanna be successful to their team, wanna be on their team. I love riding for everybody. I wanna ride for everybody. I feel like I can do good for everybody if I only can put the work in to be successful at the end of the day. Mama Linda, how are you, hon? I'm good. I like to always check with the people that I ride for, so, you know, we can have a good vibe going into the afternoon where we can win some races. It's all who want it out of life and who want to do better and who get the opportunity to do better, you know? It always don't go your way because you want it so bad. You know, the opportunity got to come to you where you can achieve your goals and where you can prove to them that you are just as good as anybody else, if not better. Morning. Good morning, my brother. Everything good? You good? My dad was the biggest inspiration for me. As I was growing up, he wasn't overbearing about, you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this. He was always, son, you know, you gotta learn the horses, you gotta get in tune with the horses. I rode that one? After that, I just started building from there.
Morning, morning, morning. Me, all day. I ride 2 for Linda. Se fue adios.
My dad always told me if you can't be good at it, you know? So, you know. Anytime I lose, I'll be like, man, if I can't be good, I gotta be good at it, you know? If I can't win, I gotta be even better at it, you know? That's some of the things I think about that my dad always used to tell me, you know? And he used to always tell me, never walk with your head down, always keep your head level, because if you keep your head level, you can see what's in front of you. And I can see everything what's in front of me, Dad. You was right, man. I am here. I am there. I am everywhere. I was brought in the game. I was pretty much raised in the game, you know, so I just can't speak so highly of how much I love my sport. I think my sport is wonderful. I think these horses are wonderful. I think these horses do stuff for people across the world that humans can't do for other humans, you know. That's how I feel about horses, and I'm just blessed.
Kendrick always with a very positive attitude, and what a summer, and has continued into the fall that he has had, but some breakthrough victories for him.
Yeah, we were talking about it a bit earlier for him. I think one of the things you want to see from anybody, any professional in any field, is getting better all the time. Just because you're good at something doesn't mean you can't be better. And I think with Kendrick, we're seeing him just get better and better as a rider and become a very well-rounded rider. You know, when he came here, more of a speed type rider, didn't ride as much turf racing out of town. To me, you got Kendrick on a horse, I never worry about it.
We got the pick six coming up next, 12 minutes away from the race that will kick things off. Take a look at Kendrick and where he'll wind up in this race. Coming up, he'll be on Hello Beauty for Pat Quick, one of several contenders in here, although for some reason this horse is 5-2 favorite.
Yeah, she's a much bigger price in multi-race bets, so expect her to go up in those odds. And, you know, I mean, Patrick Quick doesn't get that many chances, and he's having a good meet so far. He's got 8 starters, and they all seem to be running. I think she's a very logical horse. And the question is, do you want a face that's different from Tongue Twister, Sail with the Wind, and Clearwater Beach? See, I think of those 3, Clearwater Beach, the 5, is the one you want, because she did not get the best of trips, and I'm being nice, in her first race against New York breds, where she finished behind those 2, and I think the switch Davier Castellano gives her a chance to get a better trip here, and I think if that's the case, she can beat them.
4 on the board between 5-2 and 9-2. Let's head downstairs to Megan.
I thought this was a pretty interesting group of fillies. I kind of spent some time going over this race because it's kind of you're identifying who's going to kind of make that breakthrough. Is this the right spot for them? And we'll start with the number 3, Tongue Twister. Is this the right spot for her? It is the right spot, but is she going to really make that breakthrough? The thing I love most is she was able to really show some more early speed last time out when she got the blinkers added on, that short cup cheater blinker, and she looked incredibly fit last time out. And now, as far as her physically, she still looks fit. She's been raced pretty steadily this year, but I wish she did look just a touch stronger. Maybe I don't want to say it's getting to her by any means, but that's just a little tiny complaint that I had about her. But I do think this field could be the right spot for her. You know, we saw that step forward that we had been wanting to see, and I think it really could be the perfect storm. And then 2 back, you see she maintained a wide trip, and it just wasn't conducive to really making an impact that day. But you know, she broke from the rail last time out. She got to save all that ground, and she couldn't hold off Nona Lynn. And I just don't see any Nona Lynn's, not saying that she's a rock star, but I just don't see any others in this field. If she shows up with that same effort and puts it all together, that she'll be tough in here. But moving on to a horse that I'm very excited to chat about, the number 9, Straka, for the David Duggan barn, who, by the way, I just have all the world of respect for as a trainer and conditioner, but breaks from the outside, so does have to contend with the wide post in doing so. But she gets to the grass here, and she's been campaigned on the dirt, and immediately when she comes into the paddock, she kind of just has a more turfy appearance to her, and I understand it. She doesn't really have a ton of turf pedigree. None of her siblings were raced onto the turf. This would be a first for her through 7 starts, and I think this could be the right spot for her. She's really kind of a bit angular in her hind end. She just gives me that turf profile the minute she walked into the paddock. So she's one, Greg, that I think up there at 14-1 could possibly be getting to the right surface, could unlock there as well, getting some more distance.
Big number for a sharp barn, getting on grass for the first time from the outside post here as we get a look at Clearwater Beach, Mike Maselli. And what'd you like with this one?
I like the rider change after. I liked the race that she ran last time. I think that she got an outrageously bad trip in there. She was taken too far out of the race. She made a big wide middle move out in no man's land, losing ground the whole way. And when you compare her trip to Sail with the Wind, it was a little wide in the first turn. It wasn't Katie's fault. She had an outside post. She got inside as well as she could. Then she got over the rail after that. Tongue Twister, who never left the fence in that race and got a beautiful trip. Now, she was blessed with an inside post, but Clearwater Beach just got the absolute wrong trip in there, and she was running for the first time for Mike Maselli, the first time against New York breds. Only her second career turf start. She was 1 for 1 going in, and I just think with Javier and that race under her belt, with a fair trip, I think if the 3, the 5, and the 7 all out of the same race all get similar type trips, I think that she might be the one you want.
Riders up as you see post-parade here coming up. Again, this will kick off the pick 6 with our stakes action still to come.
A lot of stakes action.
Carl Place will be the first of it in race 6 where we get to see Spiced Up back in action. Here is Inamorata, who 2 back was a winner at Saratoga.
Well, if you like betting horses claimed away from Miguel Clement, here's your opportunity. This one would have to improve to get it done here. I don't think Miguel's crying after she lost it 1-2 last time.
What is going on with a price on Stella Mars?
Well, I don't particularly like her, but I don't understand how she's 15-1 in this race. She has run races, albeit out of town. She shouldn't be that price.
5-1 morning line. I thought she should be around that number.
Yeah, I agree.
Clearwater Beach. We'll get back to the 3.
She's one of the ones. She's just had so many good trips, the 3 and Tongue Twister, not getting it done.
Hello Beauty, trained by Pat Quick. Kendrick?
She's the other horse, I think, outside of a different race, but she needs to go up. 3-1's an underlay.
Here's Sail with a Wind at 3-1, Jeremiah Engelhardt.
She's okay, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, she runs well every time, but she's gotten some great trips in her races.
Saratoga Snow does come in off a win. It was a very slow race.
It was a very slow race. I'm amazed she actually won a race. I needed her 2-3 back. She lost an impossible race to lose.
Straka getting on grass for the first time for David Duggan. Here she comes.
She gets the full tip of the cap to Megan if this horse hits the board in here. She thought there were some interesting things. I don't see it, but hey, she is an unknown quantity, that's for sure.
Pick 6 kicks off in 7 minutes. Get your tickets together. I want to remind everyone playing today, get a 10% bonus with your win bets at Santa Anita. Got to opt in to take advantage at NyraBets.com. Get that 10% win bonus in your account on this Sunday afternoon. Good luck to everybody as we look at Tongue Twister for Carlos David, who is now back to favoritism at 3-1.
Tongue Twister is fine, and she might win this race. But the problem is she can't get a better trip than she got last time out, and she couldn't win. She doesn't really have a lot of acceleration, you know? I mean, even Irad Ortiz had trouble in Saratoga getting her to get better position in her races. She's okay. I just feel like there are other horses that are more likely here at better prices. That's all. As my 5 dropped down to 3-1, where I'm not going to bet her at 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, there's some races where you, not to say they're going to win, but you can feel, at least have some conviction about some horses. This is not one of those races.
No, I mean, it's going to, one of the easiest lame things to say is that trip is going to be key in here. Well, that's sort of obvious in turf racing. The trip make a big difference. But this is a race that may be evenly matched enough that obviously the trips are going to play a big role in a race like this because there's no standout. And the board suggests it. 3-1, 5-2, 4-1, 4-1. It's fairly open.
And again, Javier Castellano, rider switch. He'll be aboard for Mike Maselli here. Second start of the Maselli barn. And just the 3rd try on grass. The first try was a win at Woodbine.
Yeah, and she had to improve to do it, but I think she did last time. I thought she hung in very well considering the kind of trip she got. But once again, at 5-2, I'm not going to bet on her. She has to drift up to me. I want at least 7-2.
I like her appearance as well. For more, let's go down to Megan.
Well, I'm in agreement as far as the number 3 Tongue Twister and the number 5 Clearwater Beach being the 2 horses that are bit better on paper than the rest of this group and as far as their trips. But the number 5, Clearwater Beach, was my top selection, and one that if you're going to, as far as betting between these two shorter prices, I wanted to take a filly that had issues in a trip last time out, whereas we've all mentioned, Tongue Twister kind of got a pretty decadent trip in her last performance and wasn't able to get it done. She's kind of a on the cusp type filly that doesn't always seal the deal, but the number 5 Clearwater Beach has been able now to take advantage of her New York bred status. She comes in from those efforts up at Woodbine, and I think there's just upside for her on the grass. She's been, as I mentioned, primarily campaigned on the synthetic, and last time out it wasn't all that great of a trip. She was shuffled to last early, and while she did get a pretty contentious pace to run through and made her run, she did so incredibly wide. And I think honestly, just in general, she was moved a bit too soon, and she just really didn't get the chance to save much ground in doing that late run as others more to her inside were able to catch up with her. But I didn't have any complaints as far as her physically. I thought just kind of going through some of those trip troubles as she's now being bet down to, looks like she'll be one of vying for favoritism, as we mentioned, going back and forth with Tongue Twister. I found that she was the one I wanted to take out of the two shorter prices, but I also wanted to give a shout out just in terms of pace. I know it's a long shot bomb there on the far outside with the number 8 Saratoga Snow, and I was kind of trying to figure out where the pace was going to come from. Saratoga Snow was a bit more forwardly placed, had a little bit of speed that I thought was interesting when with the scratch of the number 4 Trailie Girl. I thought she could be, just as far as the pace was concerned, maybe more up on things, and it's going to be a tall task, Greg, though, coming in facing winners off of that maiden 50 victory.
All right, Megan, thank you. Pick 6 pool you see right-hand corner of your screen, up over $28,000. And favoritism staying with Carlos David's Tongue Twister, the 3. Let's go back to the 6. Hello Beauty and the mount of Kendrick Carmouche.
Well, she should not be 6-1 to the 5's 5-2. She just shouldn't be. She's got a plethora of turf races that are fast enough to win here. Now, people can say, well, she finally broke her maiden off the turf race. I don't really care about that. I care about the fact that she's 6-1 in a race where she's run races that are fast enough to be effective in this race, and she's 6-1. And even though I like the 5, I think 6-1 is a better bet on her than the 5. And I have no interest in the 5 at 2-1. Absolutely no interest whatsoever in her. And I think when you like a horse and the horse ends up being too short a price, you've got to start looking elsewhere. And I think the overlay right now is Hello Beauty. I don't love her, but she's run well enough in her turf races that I don't think she should be 6-1 against this field. That's all. I think one of the hardest things for horse players to do is bet on a horse that they like less than another horse. But you have to sort of teach yourself to do that as a horse player. You have to be willing to say, I like the 5, but the 5 was probably around 5-1, I'm assuming morning line. She's now 5-2. It's not a great price, whereas the 6 at 6-1, to me, seems like a very fair price.
Clearwater Beach, the 5, looks tremendous warming up. That's a big feather in her cap, and maybe that's why she's taking a little bit more money too. Co-favor right now at 2-1.
Yeah, she's becoming a moto horse that everybody likes, and you're not going to win at the racetrack by jumping on a bandwagon. You might win a race here and there, but you're going to lose, because the reality is that if you're betting horses that are underlaid, you're guaranteed to lose. Now, I understand there's a takeout. It's hard to find horses that are value over time, but I know bad value when I see it, and I like the 5. I do not think she's a 2-1, whereas the 6, who's not my top pick, I think is a very fair price. She just dipped down to 5-1. I still think she's a fairish price. I'm just going to pass, though, with the 5 going for 2-1.
Still, the biggest shocker on this board right now is the fact that Stella Mars, the 2, is 14-1. She should be what, maybe 5-1?
Yeah, I guess the general feeling is that it wasn't necessarily Jamie Ness as much as improving out of town. And maybe she's a horse that just got better improving out of town against lesser horses, which I think is a fair argument. I still don't disagree with you. I think this is too big a price.
Wow. About to get started in the sequence. Again, 3 stakes. Carl Place in race 6. We're spiced up. Grade 3 Mahoney winner from the summer is back in action. Then we have the Noble Damsel that I thought seemed incredibly wide open. What did you think about tax implications?
I'm worried that she's a horse that runs a little bit to her competition, so maybe, she'll be fine against tougher, but I feel as though she's meeting some tougher horses. I didn't love her last race, if that's what you're wondering.
Autumn Days is going to close out the card. Stakes race to finish it, sprinting on the grass for fillies and mares. Graham Motion with Tupi. That was a huge effort last start in that stakes win.
I picked Tupi. The reason I like Tupi over the other main contenders, so I think they're pretty close, is she has more speed than them, and I'd rather have a horse that's a little more forward in a race that with the 6 scratching, the pace is kind of murky in there, isn't it?
Yeah. She ran big too with a trip she probably didn't want.
Yeah. I think she'll be tough, but I think that I didn't have a big opinion of the favorites. I picked the 2, the Will Walden horse in the Noble Damsel, Aussie Girl. I'm hoping she can wire the field. I thought Edict was the horse to beat, though.
Good luck. Pick 6 starts here. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Hello, Beauty's in. Tongue Twister. Saratoga Snow. 2 out. Clearwater Beach. Straka. Straka goes in. All set. Sail with the wind, unsettled. And they're off. Stella Mar shows speed towards the inside. Saratoga Snow in the early mix. Sail with the wind. Wants to be forwardly placed 2. And now the top 2. Saratoga Snow, Sail with the wind. Well off the rail, and now here pressing on Saratoga Snow, and that's going to keep Straka very wide. Straka's out in the center of the course here. Will start to move closer to the rail as now Saratoga Snow does just the same. Straka, with that long run, has now pressed on and is in front. Takes him into that first turn, is up by 1.5 lengths. Saratoga Snow, tough to corner there. Straka, Clearwater Beach is a well-settled third. Moving around all rivals there was the rail runner, and that's Inamorata has now circled the field. Inamorata, as keen, wants to go, is now sitting second. Clearwater Beach is well settled third. Saratoga Snow back to 4th. Just behind them, Hello Beauty, Sail with the Wind, second to last. Tongue Twister, and the trailer, Stella Mars. The leader is Straka. Inamorata made that big move, 49.91 for a half-mile time. Inamorata takes it right to Straka, and the 2 long shots go at each other. Clearwater Beach has had a nice journey so far, is well pocketed here in 3rd, just in front of Saratoga Snow at the rail in 4th. Then comes Hello Beauty, who's now shoved along, wants to move in closer from the back. Tongue Twister, Sail with the Wind, Stella Mars will have to pass them all. Straka's in front. Clearwater Beach just gliding into this, is going to skim the rail here, is right in behind the leader. Inamorata starts to drop back, and now a perfect lane for Clearwater Beach, who tips to the outside. Clearwater Beach with a nice trip. Saratoga Snow has momentum down at the rail, is running on. Hello Beauty is right there too. Clearwater Beach with a nose in front. Saratoga Snow just bulling on through though, and Saratoga Snow is now thrust to the front. Saratoga Snow is up by 3/4 of a length. Clearwater Beach up on the outside. Hello Beauty, give it to Saratoga Snow. Saratoga Snow won it over Hello Beauty, then came Clearwater Beach. Sail with the win in 1 minute 44.33 seconds.
Clearwater Beach, like she was going to roll right on by, cruise to victory. Somehow Saratoga Snow re-rallies, finds more down on the inside under Junior Alvarado.
They had actually put the money into my Naira Bets account right now with the 5-6 exacta box. Because there's absolutely no way that Saratoga Snow, who's never run within 5 lengths of anybody in this field, even with that great ride by Junior, was going to win. It was a great ride by Junior. I have no idea how this horse won this race. My God, she's so slow. I mean, I bet her 3 back. If she ran this race 3 back, she'd have won by 5 lengths. You got me. I'm dumbfounded. If you told me you like this horse, I would have said, good luck. You've got no chance.
18-1. And here's Javier Castellano. It looks like race over at this point. Now, it is for the inside runner.
And Javier gave the 5 just a great ride in every possible way. And she was bad not to even be second with Hello Beauty catching her. The rest were nowhere here. Wow.
We might have carryover in the pick 6 already.
This horse is bigger than 18-1 in the pick 6. I'll tell you that right now.
8-6, 5-7, 18-1, which is the second biggest price on the board. And yeah, it probably played a lot bigger than that, as you said. Hard to find. Mike Deeney, Junior Alvarado, who has some big mounts still to come, including one for Bill Mott on Spiced Up in the rescheduled Carl Place. 6 furlongs on the grass ahead. That's in race 6. We're going to take a timeout. Up the inside. The surprise to start this pick 6. with Saratoga Snow.
Jackie's Warrior, Elite Power on the far outside. Jackie's Warrior settles for third today. At the 16th hole, Gunite is second, but Elite Power does it again.
Motivating at 870, come down or down 900 and 900,000.
The power of a champion.
Please hold your applause.
The power of Juddmonte.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
So I was there at the Turtle Pond in the park with my brother a couple years ago, and they're the turtles, and there are a couple people watching us, and they said, "Oh no, those aren't real. They're there." And I said, "Well, they're moving." So
that's
usually a sign that they're real.
Saratoga Snow. This was an incredibly hard one to figure. Mike Deaney Barnes, Junior Alvarado up the inside at 18-1 to start the pick six. Let's go downstairs.
Well, standing by with her pilot, Junior Alvarado, and this is the first time you've ever been aboard this filly. She was a huge long shot. Take me through on paper when you're looking over this race, kind of tactically where you found yourself on the lead and kind of the trip that you worked out.
Yeah, I watched her replay, and, one time she was in the lead. She fought on, finished second with Luis Saez, and last time, she kind of was a little close to the pace talking, and she finished up pretty nice. So, I let her break out of there. She broke good, but then, one horse on the outside kind of was running off a little bit there, and, just let him go. After the first turn, I felt like she was very nice and comfortable, relaxed, but I knew I had the horse underneath me, so I just was hoping she wasn't fooling me, and, when we turned for home, she definitely exploded and have a nice turn of foot for home.
Well, it's always exciting, as far as being able to be aboard them when they're really kind of finding themselves. Did you see that as far as what is it like as a jockey when you're aboard a long shot that really kind of comes to life like this? Is it more rewarding?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. When I turn in the backside, like I know I'm traveling very comfortable. I lose couple positions back there, but like I said, I feel that I have something underneath me. I was just hoping she wasn't fooling me at that point, but she actually showed up.
Well, you will be back aboard Spiced Up coming up in the Coral Place, and didn't work out the right trip at Kentucky Downs last time out, but really seems to be getting good at the right time.
Yeah, no, I think we gotta draw a line through that race. Kentucky Downs is a track who could go either way with some horses, and plus we didn't have a good trip, kind of stuck between horses, never had a way really to ask him for his best. Then, we just have to draw a line through that race, and, hopefully today hopefully he shows up today.
Well, best of luck and great job here.
Yeah, thank you.
And Greg?
Big upset win. He'll be on a much shorter priced horse when we get to the Carl Place on the favorite, Spiced Up. 39:30 start to this Sunday pick 6 with a long way to go.
Tip of the hat for me if you add this horse, and that was a great ride by Junior. If somebody told me this horse was going to get that kind of ride from Junior, I would have still said she has no shot.
Well, something very interesting about this race. 6 furlongs. It starts the late pick 5, $12,000 claiming group. Amundsen dropping in class. It's been so fun to watch over the years, 9-year-old. But there's a horse trying something for the first time in a very, very long time who's taking a lot of money right now.
Yeah, I took a shot with the one, Jimmy's Big Day. Usually these Jimmy horses, the names, but this horse is second choice looking at multis. I thought it was interesting that Safi Joseph, despite this horse beating almost 20 lengths in the one dirt race, that was 7 furlongs and dueled in the fast pace, but dueled with the horse that won the race. Kind of interesting that he would take this horse Woodbine and ship here to run in the dirt. Has worked a couple times in Saratoga. I'm sort of trusting in Safi Joseph. I wanted an alternative to the favorite Amundsen, who does drop the bottom and is the horse to beat.
Quick Horse Bullet Dirt Drill at Saratoga as well, October 3rd. Leading up to this comeback start. That's it for Andy this afternoon. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you. You too. I will see you on Thursday.
joining me after a break. You're back with me Thursday?
Thursday.
All right, we'll see you then. Yeah, Mig going to join me after a short timeout. We'll get into this late pick 5 a little deeper with this $12,000 claiming 6 furlong sprint. And Spiced Up Junior looking for more, teaming up with Bill Mott with a horse to beat with the Mahoney winner in the Carl Place. Stay with us.
Say hello to
The single most important factor in predicting sire success is those who have consistent, high-class form, and it's even enhanced if they have that form as 2-year-olds as well. By our calculations, Muth has the #1 chance of sire success of any of the 30 or so sires that retired to Kentucky in 2025. He has the credentials that we're looking for when we predict sire success.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at NairaBets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championship with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to the Sunday card from South Ozone Park, New York, as we get set for the late pick 5. Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, his go-to rider, Junior Alvarado. They have a big date ahead with Sovereignty in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Today they have the turf sprinter to beat in the Carl Place with Spiced Up, who was impressive, winning the Grade 3 Mahoney at Saratoga. Champion trainer Chad Brown will look at a 7th Noble Damsel win today with tax implications. She ended an 0-for-6 streak after a win at Saratoga as the 1-5 favorite. Today figures to be a tougher test. And trainer Miguel Clement, he's been firing on all cylinders with a terrific Saratoga that's continued into the fall. He'll have 2 big chances with 2 graded stakes winning stablemates. And don't look back at all and Dance Macabre in today's Autumn Days to close out our action. Good to be with you on this Sunday afternoon from the Big Apple. Beautiful Sunday afternoon as we get set for the late pick 5. We're about 16 minutes to post to kick the sequence off in the 5th race. Greg Wolf alongside former champion jockey Richie Migliori. Mig, good to see you as always. And we'll start with that Carl Place, and this spiced up for Belmont was very impressive, winning that graded stake, but then goes to Kentucky Downs and things went a little awry.
Yeah, I'll forgive a horse a bad effort at Kentucky Downs, and spiced up between the course, a lot of undulation. Didn't have the most ideal trip, right? He kind of got blocked from the 8th pole, not a lot of place to go. But this is, I think, more a true indication of his real ability, the way he finished here, and a horse that I think is going to really appreciate getting back to a level 6 furlongs here at Aqueduct.
Mott Jr., they're back together again there with a homebred for Juddmonte, who, yes, showed a lot of ability this summer at Saratoga. Noble Damsel, we got 3 stakes, part of this late pick 5 sequence, and the Noble Damsel, it's a race that Chad Brown has won a lot in his career. Tax implications, she had not won very much since she got the first graded stakes win of her career. She was 0 for 6 after that win in the Eatontown last year. Finally back in the winner's circle, but it was a race that she was supposed to win as a 1-5 favorite.
Yeah, she was, and listen, she did everything she was supposed to. Doesn't it feel like that at 5, maybe tax implications was a little bit better in the past, and maybe she's going to have to take a step forward to, justify her 5-2 morning line?
Could be, and she's going to take a lot of money just by the mere fact that she's coming in off a win and who these connections are.
Yeah, I mean, you get Flavien Prat, Chad Brown, your reigning Eclipse champion rider, Flavien Prat. Chad Brown trying to make a case to get another Eclipse award. He's had several already. Yeah, of course they're going to garner attention. I think there's some interesting horses making their first start in the country as well, particularly the 4, Connie Fizz for Jimmy Toner. She's already a Grade 3 winner on turf, a Grade 1 winner on dirt. Now, it's always hard to, quantify exactly what she's facing over there, but she's been pretty darn good, 6 for 8 with 2 seconds.
More on that field in a little bit. You can play this pick 5, which you still have about 14 minutes to put a ticket together. Right here at Naira Bets. There it is. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. The offer right now, $25 free bet and a $200 deposit match. New customer bonus when new members punch in that code at sign up, Cup25. Again, right there at NairaBets.com. Here's what's ahead the rest of the afternoon. Presented by Claybourne Farm. So pick 5 next here in this 5th race. Carl Place, Noble Damsel, Autumn Days, great sprint on the grass to close out the card.
Yeah, the turf sprints are so exciting and less margin for error. Trips become so important.
Did you enjoy riding turf sprints?
I loved riding turf sprints, particularly down the hill at Santa Anita, because you could win on the 3rd, 4th, even 5th best horse if you worked out the right kind of trip.
Well, let's set the stage for the first leg of this pick 5 sequence. Really neat horse who we've got to cover quite a bit on our shows over the years. 9-year-old Amundsen, who has won 17 times in his career, over $800,000, dropping down in class now to the lowest level that he has ever been at.
Yeah, and listen, his last effort was okay at the $25,000 level. You think he's just getting down to a more appropriate start, and then fold in the factor that he is 9 years old, and in a few months when he turns 10, he will not be allowed to compete on the New York circuit.
Which is a rule we all believe needs to be changed.
Yeah, I just don't think it's a very smart, it's a little arbitrary.
13 minutes away, this one right here, the 9-year-old Amundsen, the one to beat, looking for the 18th win of his career when we come back.
$650,000, anybody else want $650,000 in the day, $1,650,000, $1,600,000, thank you.
Good to have you with us on our Sunday coverage here on America's Day at the Races. Take advantage of this if you are playing the late pick five, $5,000 hit and split. Share that pot of $5,000 along with everyone else who hits it today just for winning. Go to NyraBets.com. Be sure you opt in to be part of the promotion. Good luck to everybody playing this afternoon. So 9 minutes away. And I talked about it earlier before Mig came on. Obviously, Amundsen, we know how talented he is. Lowest level he's run at yet. Jimmy's big day. Just the second time on dirt in his career. It's been forever since he's been on the surface, and he's got speed from the rail.
Does have speed. And doesn't that simplify things, Greg? Got to show that speed from the inside.
Let's go downstairs to Megan.
Speed is key, though. I did find there was a plethora of it on paper in this race, specifically at the level, so I was a little bit weary of taking a horse that was maybe a bit too overzealous on the front end, but I've got to give some love to the number 3 Amundsen for the Ilkay Cancer Marcy Barn with Flavien Prat aboard. And, you know, for me, I'm not a New Yorker. I can't say that just yet. Maybe one day in the future, but not a New Yorker. And I have been dying to see this guy in the flesh. He is such a cool creature. 17 for 49. Just those type of horses that you're just a fan of. They show up every single time. They're sound. He's a 9-year-old, and I just don't think you could look any better as far as his age. I looked at him as soon as he walked into the paddock. I thought, there's no way he is a 9-year-old, and that he is. And he's one of those horses that always brings his best. Now, this is my angle on it. You know, trying to figure out, okay, he's running for 12.5. He's coming towards the end of his eligibility on the NYRA circuit. Potentially be claimed away to run somewhere else because it is a NYRA circuit policy, as Richie had mentioned, that once they turn 10 years old on January 1st, he will not be eligible to run on this circuit, no matter that he does look like a 4 or 5-year-old. But I thought he was interesting tactically in this group. He's going to be able to sit a pocket trip with an absolute elite jockey aboard. Being able to get Flavien Prat on a horse running for 12.5 is, particularly in this group, I think is all the more better for him. And I just think that he is as cool a customer you could find and makes a lot of sense despite his incredibly short price, Greg.
Jimmy's big day, one of the speeds, kicks things off. Saffie Joseph Jr. putting this horse back on dirt for the first time in a while.
Yeah, and his one dirt try, he did flash speed, although he did stop.
For some reason, some more pace next door.
Yeah, looks like this horse runs his best when he's involved early. Might get outfooted here.
Amundsen, he is the one to beat. Drop down in class, 17-time winner.
Honest game, shows up, brings his lunch pail, goes to work.
More speed with this long shot to 4.
I feel like this might be the speed of the speed, particularly coming out of those sharp pace races at Monmouth.
Fitzpatrick, he was behind Amundsen off a long time away, and it seems like he's going in the right direction.
I agree, and I think he can sit from off the pace.
Winner's Ghost will cut back in distance.
Another one that I think that just could have the right style, particularly turning back in distance.
And Grey Wing getting the easiest, theoretically, that he's ever got, although Amundsen's a pretty tough customer for this low level.
Yeah, well posted, too, for a horse that has natural speed, but the outside post maybe allows him the luxury of being able to follow a few down the backstretch.
Well, let's take a look at this Grey Wing, who is a 9-time winner and has been in some much tougher spots than this. This was back on May 8th. 3 starts back in a win here on this track.
Yeah, where he took him gate to wire. Now, that's the one question. I agreeing with Megan wholeheartedly that there's a lot of speed in this race. Can he stalk from the outside? Because I just don't see him.
He's proven it before.
Yeah, but not recently. I mean, it just feels like if he's been at his best recently, it's when he's been able to kind of control things, and I don't see that happening here. But the outside post maybe changes that.
6-1. Omar Hernandez Moreno will be aboard. Meanwhile, to the rail with one who we think they gotta use this horse speed. That's why he's in this race. Only been on the dirt once. It has been all basically synthetic with the exception of a couple of turf tries since that time, where he is a 6-time winner, but he's got a bullet dirt drill as well coming in at Saratoga.
Yeah, the thing for me, though, is horses that aren't maybe dirt meant will all work a good half a mile, the majority of them. It's after they go a half a mile, how do they gallop out? If they start working 5/8, I could wind up pretty much any horse and get them to go a good half a mile. Does it trouble you at all that the 7/8 race, now it was 7/8, he did flash speed, that he stopped so severely there? His one lone dirt try?
I mean, it was so long ago. No. I mean, I think he's dangerous and he's interesting. In regards to that workout, I have no idea if it was good or bad. Bullet workout means nothing. He could have been all out to do it. So yeah.
Well, that's it. I'm not a time guy when it comes to work. So there's a lot of other things that go into
it's
it.
It's meaningless unless we know how he did it. Yeah.
Yeah, and we've got exercise riders that could be 145 pounds, and then if you put somebody on a horse that's 100 pounds, it's a 45-pound swing in weights. And what was the intention of the work? Was it to go all out or was it to go easy?
But interesting that it's one of the sharpest barns in the country as well, making this move.
No doubt, and he certainly has been making a nice impression in the warm-up.
Let's go back to Megan.
Well, speaking of a horse that kind of caught my eye in the warm-up as well, is going to be my top selection in the number 5, Fitzpatrick. And he's a horse that broke away from the pony and just is moving beautifully, getting a nice warm-up. And I thought he took to the track and looked the part. And he's also a horse that's going to be able to be running for the lowest tag that he has had yet, which is the same that could be said obviously about your favorite, the number 3, Amundsen. But this horse I thought was really was a nice picture, and to me, he's going to get the right kind of setup. And when you have these kinds of horses, especially in these lower level claimers, I kind of, in my handicapping, like to, what's the right time, what's the right place, where are they at? And he ran one of his better speed figures he's run as of late, and he did get well beaten. We saw Forgiving Spirit come out of that race and win yesterday. And so I thought that he was just a bit of an overlay at 5-1, all the love to the number 3 at 3-5, but I do believe he is a not short, even though we know that he is more than capable of winning this race on the class trot. But showing a little love to the number 1, Jimmy's Big Day. I know that Andy had some interest in this horse before he signed off, but it's interesting to me. He's getting to the dirt for the very first time, but at such a low tag. I know that he's been racing for some of those lower level claiming type races in Gulfstream, Woodbine, getting onto the dirt for the very first time, as I mentioned, and I thought he looked great as well. My thing is, I think he plays the break and reads the races right. Jaime Rodriguez aboard, it's one of those play the break and read the race. What's he going to be able to do? He seems to me like a need the lead type. His last 4 efforts, if he gets on the lead and he gets forward, he does well. This to me though is a much tougher group than what he's been facing as of late. It's going to be a will they, won't they, and he's got other speed, Greg, to contend with on the front end up there at 6-1.
Yeah, that he does. We'll see who's the quick of the quick in just a couple of minutes here. It's, wow, 3-5 now on Amundsen here with Flavien Prat for Ilkay Kantermachi. But he is well known on this circuit, and he usually shows up.
Well known on the circuit, a horse that was bred by Barry Schwartz's Stonewall Farm. And I just texted with Barry, and this is the things that people need to realize about our industry and how much we care about horses. Barry has dropped a claim slip into Amundsen to just assure that he can bring him home and he'll have a good home. Not worrying about competing him, but taking care of a horse that has been good to everybody who's ever had him. So I applaud Barry Schwartz for stepping up for one of the horses that he bred.
That's great to hear. Pick 5 pool, over $215,000. And Amundsen is the one to beat. We know how reliable he is. We know he's dropping glass. He should not be 3-5 in this race. Here's a look at the 6, Winner's Ghost. This one actually cutting back in distance. Wayne Potts, good, finally getting a win. Been a bit of a struggle at this meet earlier on the card.
This game's tough. It's secular. You got to weather the tough times and get to the good times. And then when it's good, you got to work even harder because you make hay when the sun shines, right? People take notice of you when you're winning. I thought Winter's Ghost was very interested in particularly turning back in distance in a race that's loaded with speed. This is the kind of horse that is just kind of going along at a steady pace, and the horse in front of him get to going too quick, chew on each other a bit too much, and they just kind of gallop by them late. I think he's a little bit interesting at a big price.
First off the claim and switching things up with this horse. He's only tried this 6 furlong sprint distance once in the career. But there's a few talent for a 12-5 claiming race. This came up incredibly tough, didn't it?
He's a really tough 12-5 claimer. Obviously, old class horse like Amundsen, who shows up every time. Interesting horse like Jimmy's Big Day. Switching surfaces, other horses dropping in class, some horses turning back. This, to me, was as tough a race to handicap as any on the day.
Having said that, public strongly behind Amundsen. We'll see this one here, how he fares getting back on dirt for just the second time in his career for Safi Joseph Jr. But this 9-year-old right here, the story, 4 to 5, tackling easier company. And Flavien Prat will get the mount, who has been aboard him several times in the past.
Yeah, he knows the horse. One thing about Flavien, too, it doesn't matter if it's a 12-5 claimer or a grade 1. He's going to give you a ride. He's going to put his horses in a position to win. He's always on his belly. And the fact that he agreed to ride the horse tells you he has a certain level of comfortability with him.
Here's Jimmy's Big Day stepping in. Late pick 5. Good luck to everyone playing. Approaching 260,000 in that pool. Let's send it upstairs. Chris Griffin to get us started.
Amundsen. Muzara. Muzara steps forward. Fitzpatrick. Two out. Winter's Ghost. Gray Wing. Gray Wing, last to load. In it. All set. And they're off. Speed to the outside. Winter's Ghost is in the early mix. There's Amundsen. At the rail is going to be Jimmy's Big Day. Now splitting rivals, there's Muzara, who's off a step slow, is now rushing up, and Muzara's going to push the tempo of Jimmy's Big Day, and a pace duel on the front end. Amundsen takes back, is back to a shared third. Without wider there, Gray Wing in between them. That's the Gray Winter's Ghost trying to keep up. From the back, there's For Some Reason. It's trying to rally on with Fitzpatrick as they speed into the far turn, 21-4. Pace duel on the front end, and they zip through that opening quarter mile. Jimmy's Big Day is trying to dispatch of Muzara. Here comes Amundsen. Towards the outside, Gray Wing, they travel as a pair. They've dispatched of Winter's Ghost, who's dropped back. Fitzpatrick is on the move, is cruising up to them, is 5 lengths back, a lot of ground to make up. Can Jimmy's Big Day keep going? 43-4, the posted half. Jimmy's Big Day is still up by 4. Jimmy's Big Day is running an absolutely monster race, but is it going to be enough? Amundsen trying to catch with every single stride. Jimmy's Big Day, 56-4, is almost home, is tiring late. Amundsen trying to get there. Jimmy's Big Day holds on. Wow. Jimmy's Big Day over Amundsen, then came Fitzpatrick, and For Some Reason in 1 minute 9-4.
Absolutely insane fractions for this level. First of all, I can't believe he went that fast, and more importantly, was able to hang on.
And hang on, hold off a dead game Admonson, who shows up again with that effort, put it out there. But Jimmy's Big Day, it was a big day for Jimmy, and getting back to dirt, he just blitzed him. He was rolling. Now listen, our track has been fast, but
this is
crazy. I mean, you're talking about
no one's gone this fast
claimers.
at the meet.
Yeah, not early, not fractions like that. It's more like down the hill at Santa Anita.
No quarter, no half has been that fast, I don't believe, at the meet, not even close.
And then for 12-5 claimers to finish up in 109-4, this was some effort by the winner and the runner-up, and how far back to the third place finisher, about 4 or 5 lengths, kind of tells you it was legit. They ran.
Jeez. 21-4 for the 12,000 claiming level. That's unheard of. 43-4. You expect to see that in the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, you very rarely see sub 44 half miles in New York at any distance except for the turf sprints.
That was amazing. He went that quick. More amazing, he was able to hang on. Wow. And by the way, he was at one point. Didn't we see? I know we saw 7-2. Did he get to 3-1? He floated up to 7-1 in the end.
Floated up to 7-1. This is with Jaime Rodriguez, who's ridden closing in on 170 winners this year, and he is going to spend his winter here in New York, trying to get a foothold on the New York circuit. And this guy can ride, and you watch the way he finished. I like a strong finisher. He is a strong finisher.
1-3-5-2. What a performance. Back on dirt. Jimmy's Big Day. Did he get taken out of this race And we'll follow up on Amundsen as well. Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado Sovereignty, the one to beat in the Breeders' Cup Classic, gearing up for their big showdown and a win that would guarantee Horse of the Year honors. Stay with us.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at NairaBets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championship with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Like, you walk into the paddocks and back, he gets excited and then he'll want to stand up and act up. But like in the stall, he's really nice. So Blueprint, usually the better bred babies go to Florida. But for whatever reason, shipping and whatever, he got left up here. And I kept telling the guys down there, I go back and forth like, listen, we have one up there that I think he's better than the ones we have here. And they're like, there's no way, these are killer colts. And they were right. There was great horses, but I go, I'm telling you, I've trained your horses. You haven't trained this one. He's better, I think.
Blueprint comes back to win it! It's Blueprint!
I think he is the best horse I've ever trained.
Pretty high praise from Ron Burke, and you're going to see live coverage of the Breeders' Crown Friday, Saturday, next weekend on Fox Sports 2. 12 races, over $7 million in purses.
Listen, I like horse racing, whether it's harness racing or thoroughbred racing, such a rich history there, and to have a trainer of that stature make that bold declaration, this is the best horse I've ever trained. That's pretty strong.
Let's talk about this performance again. Jimmy's big day, not just how insanely fast he went for the level and able to hang on. We thought there was all this speed in the race. There was not. He was just too quick for everyone.
Well, the speed never had to go this fast before, right? 43 and change. Interesting. I was talking with Jimmy Jerkins yesterday about it. You know, the track has been playing fast, you know, faster than the average final times for certain levels of horses. And he said to me, how fast do you think Easy Goer would have went on this track? Easy Goer, the track record holder for a mile here in 132 and change. He would have went a mile in 131 and change the way this track is right now.
Wow. That is flying. Jimmy's big day. I think Dirt should remain in the future here. We're trying to find out, too. This horse did get taken in with Amundsen as well. Who gave chase. What are you going to do, though? When a horse goes like that, there is no shame and defeat for Amundsen in this performance.
Well, after a half mile like that, you say, well, this horse has got to be on fumes. You know, the gas tank's got to be empty, and you're going to run him down. And he just stayed on doggedly. Amundsen was getting to him just a little too late.
Carl Place, First of 3 stakes to come on our Sunday coverage. 6 furlongs sprinting on the grass and spiced up. Grade 3 Mahoney winner from this summer at Saratoga. That was off a maiden win where he beat the highly regarded Governor Sam, but then went to Kentucky Downs, graded stakes race, and struggled. But we say it all the time, there's no shame in struggling at Kentucky Downs. Funky kind of race course.
It is. There's a lot of undulation. There's, not a perfect symmetrical turn. They go right-handed a little, downhill, uphill. I always call it like over the river and through the woods to grandma's house. And some horses just lose confidence on ground that isn't as level or pristine. We know what he's capable of and how he can finish. What happens at Kentucky Downs to me stays at Kentucky Downs.
I like these connections with this horse in this race. I like them even better in the Breeders' Cup Classic, where they're going to have a horse who is the first to ever do something in the sport, win a Derby, Belmont, Jim Dandy, and Travers. No one has ever done that in the history of the sport. And he just keeps getting better and better and maturing and showing us, too, not just how good he is, but that he can do things differently and be involved earlier in races as well.
He's definitely been placing himself more forwardly, not falling victim to lack of pace. He's a horse that can place himself, and that's so important. He's been training at Saratoga ever since the Kentucky Derby. This has been his home base. Cooler afternoons, evenings, mornings up there this time of year. And man, looking at him on video, Greg, I don't know about you. He looks like he got bigger since I saw him a few months ago in Saratoga.
And he already was a very big boy.
Yes.
It's going to be quite a sight when he is lumbering down the stretch. Who is going to be able to either outrun him from all, you have a returning winner of the Breeders' Cup Classic, which in any other year, Sierra Leone, this is the horse to beat because he's in great form again. That's how good Sovereignty has been. It's almost no question he's going to be the favorite in the Classic.
I would think so. He's got the right style, too. He's just a 3-year-old of the likes we haven't seen. To have the consistency that he's had, I mean, he just shows up every time.
Fierceness, meanwhile, he was incredible in defeat in last year's Breeders' Cup Classic. A little bit of an up and down year, but his Pacific Classic, I know Andy disagrees, I thought he overcame a lot in that performance to win.
He overcame a lot in that performance to win. He ducked in sharply at the break. He was a horse that had really not shown the ability to sit in behind horses, take kickback. And then he split horses, and a bold, aggressive move by Hall of Famer John Velasquez on the far turn into the teeth of the race, and then drew off powerfully. So he overcame adversity. He had that bumbling beginning when he ducked in, and then took kickback. He showed a lot of different dimensions to himself. Now, we know that there are times he's not always the most consistent. But, man, if he shows up with his A effort and obviously shown an affinity for Del Mar already, he's going to be very, very tough. And also right now, I don't see a tremendous amount of speed signed on in this Classic. It looks like he might be able to control things from the start. Now, we know Sierra Leone has run with a rabbit over the summer. I don't know if they plan on trying to run the rabbit for him in the Breeders' Cup. But it's different, the Breeders' Cup. If it's oversubscribed, he won't earn a berth into the starting gate because he's not there to win on his own merits. He's there to help out a stablemate. It'll be interesting to see if he actually gets in the race. And then if there's only one in there, if Sierra Leone Fierceness just lays second and rides the race like he's not there, does it matter?
Yeah. Just good to see him back in a winning performance like that, winning a Grade 1 and going into the Breeders' Cup the right way after how good he ran in that race last year. Just adds even more intrigue to what's going to be one of the all-time great additions to the Classic with that field that's lining up. Carl Place, it is next, spiced up. Grade 3 Mahoney winner from this summer at Saratoga for Mott and Alvarado. The one to beat when we come back.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage here on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us as we get set for the first of 3 stakes to come on this latter half of the card. The car will place the first of that trio. 6 furlongs on the grass for 3-year-olds. First of all, $150,000, and it is spiced up. We're showing 2-1. Board here saying even money, which I believe we're going to see this horse yet drop to that price eventually. Let's go downstairs for more to Acacia Clement.
Special guest here, John Dowd of Iron Horse Racing, as they are sending out the number 7 Cyclonite, also a son of Bucaro, who now standing in New York.
Yeah, he's doing really great, and we're really glad to be here in New York with the new breeders program and our new farm where we have everything under one roof we can control from the time they're born to the time they go to the races.
I think probably the best known son of Bucaro would be Bookham Dano, who has been absolutely sensational, has to be just a really fun kind of emblem of the stallion and what he's been able to do.
Absolutely. He's just an amazing horse. What he did this summer at Saratoga was just incredible to win all 3 races.
And he's so much fun to follow. But this horse, Cyclonite, cutting back in distance here. He's a horse that was sprinting over in Europe. Talk to me a little bit about the change in distance.
He was sprinting over there. He came over here, ran at Saratoga, really didn't get a really good trip. Ran better up at Woodbine, but I think this is the day you're really going to see the real Cyclonite.
I'm looking forward to it. Thanks very much for the time.
Thank you very much.
Greg?
John Dowdy spent a long time in this game. He's worked farms, track sales. He's done it all. And even used you a few times, huh?
He's a terrific horse trainer. Got to ride winners for John. Just a really good horseman. And interesting now, Bucaro standing at Iron Horse Stallions in Schuylerville, formerly what was Stonebridge Farm. And he is a very, very welcome addition to the New York Stallion scene, standing for $10,000, and he has really been proving to be a productive stallion.
This is a big price. I thought this horse is really interesting. He's won sprinting before. He was just stakes placed against a horse, Church and State, who was very good. Stars and Strides before that at Saratoga. Now it's going to cut back for Marcassi.
And you look at his European form, he was exclusively racing 7 furlongs or under. And I've always felt like European horsemen have a very strong idea about the distances their horses will want to run. And I think this horse getting back to sprinting is key. And Bucaro, 15% with his turf sprinters.
16-1, Cyclonite getting shorter distance for the first time since running here in North America. Let's go back to Acacia.
And we'll start there as we're on the Bucaro conversation with a couple of horses cutting back in distance, beginning with Cyclonite. I've been waiting to see him go shorter. I like the turn back in distance for him. I think the biggest question is the class and how does he stack up against some of his foes here as he does face Stakes Company in the States for the first time. But as we just touched on in that interview, albeit mostly on synthetic on the all-weather, he was sprinting. And when I saw him at Saratoga 2 starts back, Cyclonite, I wrote down just wish it was shorter. So he gets less ground to work with today. I thought he actually ran okay going a mile in the Toronto Cup last time out when holding on to 3rd. But a horse I am very intrigued by, getting less distance. He's shorter coupled. He's much stronger today than he was 2 starts back as well. And just really seeming like he's kind of figured out the racing in North America side of things. So an intriguing new face. We'll see how he stacks up against these foes. The number 8, Cairo Caper, is also a generous price, and he's also cutting back in distance. Another one I have been waiting to see go shorter. His 2 wins have both come sprinting on the turf, and I feel like it's just back to basics for him with Phil Schoenthal. I remember speaking to Phil back in April when this horse made the first start in his barn and said, you know, off of the bench going right into a stake, and he said mostly it was to keep him in company with restricted 3-year-old foes, and that's what he has been able to do, but against very tough groups, running with the likes of Stars and Strides in the Saranac last time out, where he just really didn't stack up to his competition. While he does have some size to him, I think he looks far better today than he did last time out, where he'd kind of lost a little bit of the muscle definition. He's put it back in here. Sometimes Cairo Prince offspring do tend to be a little bit of a leaner frame type, but he's stronger in his hind end, which I appreciate as he's cutting back. And he has a good
high energy type of individual, a demeanor that I do think lends itself quite well to a sprint distance, and one that I'm very interested in at a generous price as well. Now the favorite is the number 6, Spiced Up, who is a horse that did run very poorly last time out at Kentucky Downs in the Franklin Simpson. He did have some trouble where he was kind of blocked behind horses. I thought, though, he just never looked comfortable at any step of the way. And I know that we often talk about horses not handling the turf at Kentucky Downs, but I think because of the way that he moves, that probably is really the case. 2 back after the Mahoney, I remember speaking to Junior Alvarado where he said he has what lends itself well to a turf horse in that he has very high knee action, but he's also a rather kind of choppy mover. And I find that those horses just don't really take to the turf and that undulation, especially as there was some cut in it last time at Kentucky Downs. He looks sensational today. He is one that does tend to get a little bit on the warm side. That's typical of him, but he looks certainly no worse for the wear coming back. And I think he's getting a turf course that he will much prefer today, Greg.
He was really good his last couple of sprints before he went to Kentucky Downs. I liked him in that race in the Mahoney when he beat Governor Sam, who was pretty highly regarded in there. We'll see if he can get back to those kind of performances, and maybe that was just a toss-out, that Kentucky Downs performance. Let's start with Out on Bail. Mike Maker, he struggled at Kentucky Downs as well.
Yeah, he was about 6 lengths in front of your favorite, Spiced Up, in that last race at Kentucky Downs where he showed a lot of speed.
Fire Pit, 1 for 5 on the grass.
Yeah, has been showing actually more speed on dirt than he ever has on turf before.
Landing Craft, Amelia Green.
Yeah, you get Ricardo Santana, who rode this horse at Kentucky Downs 6.5, should be forward.
First time on the grass, Global Steve for Butch Reed.
Also by Bucaro, and like I said, it's 15% with his turf sprinters getting to the turf.
No evidence. He'll take another try at Spiced Up. He was 3rd behind him in the Mahoney.
Yeah, I thought he had a good trip in the Mahoney, and really no excuses, just came up 3rd best that day.
Here's the favorite, Spiced Up, Grade 3 winner for Bill Mott.
His A effort's going to be tough here. If he can get back to that Mahoney, I'll forgive him his effort at Kentucky Downs.
Cyclonite, Marcassi, Dylan Davis.
This horse is a ridiculously too big a price at 14-1. He's more of a turf sprinter. Even looking at him from a physical perspective, looks like a turf sprinter.
This is probably the most ridiculous price on the board. This horse, both his wins on the grass, they were sprinting, and he gets back to sprinting now.
Well, I think he's getting back to what he really wants to do. In case you pointed it out, player.
And then Ford Steele, another interesting runner outside. Safi Joseph Jr. looking to go back-to-back.
Also turning back in distance, but has never turf sprinted before, so it'll be interesting to see how he responds to that being by Vacoma.
Pick 4 when we come back, 5 minutes away from this rescheduled Carl Place. When we return, Will Walden just a few years ago, down and out, didn't see much of a future, has completely turned his life around and now making headlines in this sport.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia? Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War. Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claybourne Farm.
We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years. That's why we come to work every day, obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished 3rd.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife.
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Good to be with you on our Sunday coverage. America's Day at the Races brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa. Got our pumpkin carved.
Did you?
Yeah, kids helped out.
That's awesome. They must love that.
They had a great time with it. Almost ready for Halloween right around the corner. Of course, that's the first day of the Breeders' Cup Championships out at Del Mar. First of our 3 stakes race on this Sunday card, the Carl Place. Coming up next, Spiced Up, 3-2 favorite. Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin for the first time this afternoon. And JK, your thoughts on this runner for Bill Mott Jr.? All right, he may have froze. We'll try and get back to him in a moment. We thought we'd worked everything out. We will take 2 in just a moment. Here is the 6 MIG, 7-5. I mean, he took such a huge move forward, but even his maiden win, his turf debut was very good.
Yeah, and I do think he'll rebound off of that effort in Kentucky Downs. It's just a different layout, a different way of doing things. And I thought it was so interesting what Acacia said about his stride and if it would lend itself to him losing confidence on that undulating ground.
Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
I think he's very much the horse to beat in here. I'm going to take a little bit of a shot. He's double-digit odds with Cairo Caper cutting back, but Spiced Up looked great in the warm-up as well. No evidence comes out of the race behind him in the Mahoney, opting to skip Kentucky Downs and come straight here instead. And he is a horse that is very high energy. They saddled him on the walk. He can be a little bit tricky to get the tack on sometimes. And he's gotten himself pretty amped up out on the track. Now, he is very much a horse that prefers a firm turf course as well. He finished a distant third in the quick call 2-back where there was a little bit of cut and he was down on the inside. He's another one that I think the firmer the better for him and the way that he covers the ground. Just hoping he can keep a little bit more of a lid on it as he was really on the muscle out there on the track. The number 1 out on bail. He will try to rebound from Kentucky Downs as well. Tried that same Franklin Simpson as Spiced Up did with an outside post. He was forward pressing the pace. He actually ran okay behind Cairo Caper in the Penn Mile 2 starts back, but he's so much a sprinter. I haven't seen him since his 2-year-old season as he's been running out of town, though he is a New York bred, which is pretty cool, but he has not grown or changed at all. He is about as small, compact, and stout and sprinter build as you could possibly find a horse. So this is very much the right spot for him. Wanted to touch on a huge price, the biggest price on the board, the 4 Global Steve. He has a layoff to contend with, but he's a sprinter and he's a turf horse. I know that there's not necessarily winning turf in the family, but everyone in the family handled the grass. He's another son of Bucaro. He's a massive price, and I don't know if he's going to fire off the bench, but this is very much the conditions of what this horse is built to do. Greg?
7-5 favorite, though, remains Spiced Up. We talked about Cyclonite at a price. Cairo Caper getting back finally to proven what he wants to do. Both his wins on grass, they were sprinting on the turf, including a stakes win in the Soaring Free at Woodbine, and now finally he cuts back in distance on the grass.
Yeah, playing to his strength, right? He's shown that he is very proficient turf sprinting. I tell you what, the 9-horse, watching the 9 Forge Steel warm up, he really elevated in my eyes. I went with the 7 Cyclonite because I like him getting back to sprinting, which he did in Europe. And Bucaro, we had John Dowd on. It's a little bit of a features angle, a little bit.
Well, at least a tie-in with you in your career.
I've always liked John. It was always, he always had a lot of confidence riding for him.
Set for the first of 3 stakes on this Sunday card. Carl Place, Spiced Up, the 6-5 favorite for Bill Mott Jr., Alvarado, and Judd Mott. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Favoritism. Ford Steel goes in. All set. The Carl Place. And they're off. Cairo Caper flashed early speed, no evidence from in between horses, and bursting on through is Fire Pit. Fire Pit now with a neck in front, now a half length, now a full length, and it's Fire Pit who's pumped up on the front end. No evidence is right there as a close-up second. At the rail, that's Out on Bail. In third, to the outside, Cairo Caper, that's the leading four. Just behind them comes Cyclonite, who's in the 5th position. Out wider, there's Forge Steel, 22.61 for the opening quarter mile. Towards the back end of the field is Landing Craft. Second to last is Spiced Up, who's got a lot of rivals to pass. And the trailer, Global Steve. They're chasing Fire Pit to the top of the lane, and Fire Pit up by 3/4 of a length. Here's Cairo Caper, who's now 3 wide and coming after the leader. No evidence in between horses. Nowhere to go yet for Out on Bail down at the rail. It is Fire Pit trying to hold him off. No evidence in between horses. Cairo Caper, Out on Bail switched out to the 4-path, and here comes Out on Bail, and Joel Rosario with that slick move is trying to pass all rivals. Also up on the outside, Cyclonite is battling on. It's a blanket finish here. Out on Bail to the outside, Cyclonite, Out on Bail. These two head and head down to the line. Photo finish look like Out on Bail just over Cyclonite. Then came Spiced Up late for third, followed by Landing Craft and a photo with others. And 1 minute 8.64 seconds in the Carl place.
Tight finish. One more look. Out on Bail, Mike Maker had 2 wins on yesterday's card. Joel Rosario, the 7 Cyclonite with Dylan Davis for Marcassi to the outside. And a matter of getting that nose down at the right time.
It appeared on the angle we just watched that the one Out on Bail got the best and the last bob to get the victory. We'll wait on that photo. It is very, very tight, but what a great ride by Joel Rosario from that inside post. Saved all that ground, was able to ease out, find the seam. That's right in here. Dylan Davis is going to try to hold his ground, not let him out right there in the one, but once he got his head there, shoulders are going to follow. If Dylan was able to hold that line a little tighter and keep him blocked in behind horses, it certainly would have made the difference. But Joel, that inside-out move, and it was just posted Out on Bail. Noses out Cyclonite, who I needed at 20-1, but can't deny that. Got a terrific trip, terrific ride, and a big effort from your favorite, Out on Bail.
Spiced Up, just really left himself a lot of work to do.
Yeah, it just seemed like a little bit too much to do. And listen, they went quickly, but not for a turf sprint. You know, that it was more, I think, a legitimate pace than a fast pace.
1-7, 6-3, 3-1, just holding off a 20-1 shot here. Cyclonite runs big in defeat, but it's Out on Bail. Mike Maker Barn and Joel Rosario with the win in the Carl Place.
As they say,
Book 'em Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em Dano in a thriller. Book 'em Dano wears him down. Book 'em Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Out on bail, just out-dueling Cyclonite. Joel Rosario, every inch made a difference here, winning for Mike Maker. Paradise Farms. And a look at how close it was in this Carl Place. Just got the right bob at the right moment here. Wins by about a nose in the end.
And had his head really out and stretched and got all that decision. But what a trip. Saving every inch of ground, finding that seam inside of Cyclonite. And Joel Rosario gets it done with a terrific ride.
Picture time for the winning connections. Joel Rosario, first time aboard this runner, who now picks up the third turf win of his career. Son, it's his the law.
Getting him to settle, too, nicely into his hands and saving ground, where last time he showed more speed. I like the change in tactics.
Let's go down to Acacia.
And here with Peter Prussia of Paradise Farms, out on bail, getting the win. And Peter, a New York bred who has been pretty cool. Now another stakes win against Open Company.
Yes, he's got around the block a bit. He's been at different tracks and different distances, but we were confident coming in with 6 furlongs here. We were hoping we get the right field and we got the right jockey. He did a great job and really worked it, and we got the right bob. So that was great for us and pretty happy. Again, our stable guys and Mike and all the guys have done a great job, and it's been a team effort all the way through, so pretty happy about that.
As you should be, and it was an incredibly game performance too. And talk me through a little bit your emotions there as the cavalry came charging.
Well, yeah, we saw him on the rail. I was watching, hoping the hole got through, opened up for us, and he did it. And Joel did his thing. He like he always does, and we've been pretty successful with him, and he's become one of our steady jocks. So we're happy about that.
Did a terrific job with this horse. He was a turf sprinter through and through, and it seems like he just loves these New York tracks, especially being a New York bred.
We'll get him back to New York sometime soon, I'm sure.
Well done. Congratulations. Nice win today.
Thank you.
Greg?
Not just great to get a stakes win on the circuit, but getting to the point too. We're running out of time in turf season here. Just not a lot of opportunities left with where we are in the year. So good to get them when you can.
Say the grounds crew here at NYRA have done such a good job, headed by Glenn Kozak, because there's been a lot of pressure on the Aqueduct turf courses without us being able to use Belmont, and they've really kept these courses in very, very good shape.
Noble Damsel Stakes action continues. Mile on the turf. Fillies and mares 3 and up, $150,000 purse. And yes, it's Chad Brown. Yes, it's Klarovich Stables. And yes, it's Flavian Pratt. Tax implications should probably not be 6 to 5 in here.
Feels like it's fairly short, but I do think that the connections are a big cause of that, obviously.
See if things change. We get closer to post time. Just a few years ago, Will Walden was homeless, battling addiction. Today, he's turning heads as a graded stakes winning trainer, competing at horse racing's highest level and doing it with a barn full of people that he has helped pull from the same darkness that he escaped. That's what you can do when horses give you a second chance and you make the most of it.
When I walked through the doors of Stable Recovery for the last time, I was done. Like, I was so beaten and broken as a man that I pulled out the white flag and I waved it.
Unfortunately, it takes a level of pain for people to become willing to do the things to learn how to stay sober. And he called me, and literally the only 2 words out of his mouth were, "I'm ready."
The journey to sobriety is not an easy one.
No, it's not. It's a road paved with a bunch of potholes. Stable Recovery. It's really just subtly introduce him to the healing powers of the horse. That horse never looks you in the eye and judges you for the past you have or what you've done. It touches the soul in a way that very few things can, and it's really cool to watch that light bulb go off.
Will's success is something that I knew he was capable of years ago. He didn't know he was capable of that. He has always gone out of his way to try to help people that are suffering.
These guys A lot of them have been through stable recovery. The thing about this barn is, you know, obviously with me in recovery, these guys feel safe. They know I'm gonna hold them accountable. If I see you slipping, we're gonna sit down and we're gonna have a one-on-one and we're gonna talk about it. And also at the same time, we can help build each other up. It's an ongoing thing. You gotta get to that bottom. And I did, and you know, just blessed we're on the road we're on now.
Been through a lot, very dark times, and great to see not just that he's doing better as a person, but he's helping people who are in that same position.
Well, I think that's the most important part of this story, you know, that it's not just about him and his recovery, which I am so happy for him and applaud it, but how he's giving back and helping other people. And really, that's the root of it. And he comes from such a good family, you know, it had made such a mark. His father, his uncle, generations of the Walden family in Kentucky are legendary.
What a summer he had, too, at Saratoga. Leading that list, rhetorical New York bred, won a New York bred stake, and then they said, we're going to go after bigger targets, and a lot of people were scratching their head maybe a little bit. He backed it up. Grade 1 win out of that performance.
He's a prime example of them really understanding what kind of horse they had, that he's better than a New York bred stake horse, that he could win at the highest level, and this had to be such a great feeling for him, particularly to do it at Keeneland, which is, you know, basically he grew up right there.
Incredible win. And rhetorical, has been an incredible story. We'll see if it continues. We're going to take a timeout. Will Walden is going to have Aussie Girl in this Noble Damsel when we come back. 5-1 currently. Dylan Davis will ride. Second start in the States. It was a win at Keeneland. Now trying to collect the first stakes win here in the U.S.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at NairaBets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championship with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
Folsom from last to first in the Met win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
It is Gerrymander in front by 10 lengths, and it's going to be more here as she passes the 8th pole. Gerrymander and Jose Ortiz about to win the off-the-turf Noble Damsel Stakes. Gerrymander, much the best, won by a pole.
Yeah, off the turf, put that race squarely in Gerrymander's lap, and connections who are going to have, it looks like the one to beat again here. Chad Brown, Clarivate Stables. Tax implications will try and bring Chad Brown yet another victory in this race.
Listen, she's got ability, she's hard knocking, but she does have 3 wins, 6 seconds, and that becomes a little bit problematic for me, that you start to question if they're not content to run with horses as opposed to asserting their dominance and running by horses as
So
much.
6 victories for Chad Brown, looking for number 7 with that one on your screen right there, who, you know, earlier on showed a lot of promise, including that Grade 3 Eatontown win at Monmouth back in June of last year, but then had gone winless, 0 for 6 since, until this race at Saratoga as a short price 1-5 favorite.
Short price, not a lot of pace on though, and did what she was supposed to do. I mean, she was the best horse on paper, but doesn't you feel like this was a lot more workmanlike than it was dazzling?
You say no pace. I mean, there was no pace in this race and overcame it pretty easily.
Yeah, but it wasn't like she left herself, you know, an immense amount to do. She, you know, one thing about Flavien Prat, he's usually very aware of pace, and he wasn't that far away.
And prior to that, you runner up to one who was very good in Proctor Street.
Proctor Street is very good. I'm going in a different direction. I just think she's way too short a price.
Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And certainly respect the favorite, but there are some really intriguing layoff runners in here. And beginning with the number 2 Aussie Girl for Will Walden, as we just saw that feature. My first time laying eyes on her, but she is a turf miler. So I like her going back to these conditions in here today. Watching her race back in the Matriarch 2 starts back, which is the last time she ran on the grass in Grade 1 company. She was forwardly placed, she was pressing the pace setter, and while she faded, I didn't think that she ran that poorly. She has that proverbial flat turf hoof. She's a little bit more angular in the way that she's put together. She's a touch warm, but she's incredibly fit coming back, and she does have good forward energy as well. So certainly coming back for a barn that has been firing all year, and with a limited number this fall here in New York, they have been live and well spotted. So I'm very interested to see what Aussie Girl can do coming back off of the layoff. Now the number 4, Connie Fizz, first time stateside for Jimmy Toner, and certainly a pleasure to see Jimmy's name in the program, as we don't get to see him with runners here in New York that much recently, and have just the utmost respect for a tremendous horseman. This one won a Group 1 in Argentina last time out, and you can find those stakes that she ran in on YouTube. And watching her last race in a big field, she went right to the front end, very eager. The last time she was on the turf, 3 back when she won a Group 3, she was stalking but got very headstrong and keen. She ended up pulling away and finishing much the best that day. She hasn't run since June, so a slight layoff, but has been able to work 3 times at Fair Hill, including on the Tapeta last time, and she does look fit. She carries a lot of good weight. I will say she stacks up favorably with her competition in here, but the way that she ran, and like I said, getting headstrong, not be on the front end, I would imagine that they're probably going to be a little bit aggressive with her to use that speed that she has shown in Argentina. We'll see how it does stack up against her stateside company here today. The number 6 Feather Boa is also off a big layoff, hasn't run since September of 2024, so about 13 months since she's seen the track, and she did have a big layoff prior to that as well. So just seems to be running once a year, at least in the last couple. So I can imagine a bit frustrating, as she did have some solid South Africa form, going 7.5 furlongs to a mile, and it seems like that's her preferred distance, though she ran well sprinting back in last fall with her lone start here stateside with Todd Pletcher. She was last early and came flying late. Now she does stretch back out to the mile, which I'm fine with. The one thing is that she's a burly 6-year-old mare, and she just really looks to me like she'll be better for a race, giving her a chance to tuck up. She hasn't been able to race much, and she does carry her conditioning, but certainly an intriguing one if she runs back to some of the big races that she has run in South Africa. We'll see if she's ready to do it off the bench, Greg.
All right, we'll find out. Indeed, interesting. It's going to be tough to win off that long a time away, and really in what now? We're looking at almost 2 years. Just a 6 furlong sprint in between.
Yeah, a very tall order, particularly against a classy group.
7-1, still taking some money though. Todd Pletcher barn, Joel Rosario, and a group winner in South Africa. As we're 8 minutes from a start. Let's take a look at the 3. Edict, David Donk, and this one has speed to use. Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard. Let's go back to the Athenia last time out, and a good performance behind Whiskey Decision.
But doesn't it feel like by design they got Edict to rate a little bit, where she had been going right to the front? Kendrick Carmouche was kind of content to get her to settle, and I think maybe they're just trying to hit on a style that is going to be more effective for her after, showing speed against top flight competition in the likes of the Boston Spa, the New York Handicap. So I think that actually helps the 4 Connie Fizz, because if Edict ran so well last time using that rating tact, don't you think that's the tactics they're going to employ again?
You would think. We'll see what happens. From the rail, here's Aussie Girl for Will Walden. Dylan Davis rides.
Yeah, I mean, she has speed in the inside and should be forward.
We'll get to Edict at the end here. Here's Connie Fizz, Jimmy Toner, first time in the States.
This is what I like. Already a grade 1 winner on dirt, grade 3 winner on turf. Should be forward.
Yeah, in Argentina. This is the States debut coming up. Mrs. Gambolini stretching out Saffie Joseph Jr. And some good figure sprinting.
Good figure sprinting, and I guess could show some speed, especially on the stretch out.
Here's the one off, all that time off for Todd Pletcher, Featherbaugh.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Todd's so good with horse off of layoffs, but that's a pretty extended layoff for an older mare.
Short price on tax implications.
I listen, she's obviously a contender. I just have a hard time seeing her at such a short price in a race there. I think there's other options.
And here is Edict for David Donk with Kendrick Carmouche.
Well, again, last time, more of a rating tact. If they go back to that, maybe that helps the likes of the 4 Connie Fizz.
Approaching the 5-minute mark to post here for this noble damsel. Let's check in again with Jonathan Kinchin. How you doing, JK?
I think we did it this time, Wolfie. I'm doing well, thank you. I'm very interested in the 2 Aussie Girl. Tax implications, the most likely winner. I'm not telling you anything you don't already know looking at the price of this horse. But when it comes to Aussie Girl, there's a couple of things. Her race at Keeneland last year was outstanding. If she runs that race again, in my opinion, was one of the best races that any of these horses have run from a figure standpoint, and I think she'll be very tough to beat. The problem is she's got 3 other races throughout her career in the U.S. that make you kind of wonder exactly how good she is. I think she's had excuses in some of those races. I think that the layoffs that she's had have indicated there's probably an issue that led to those performances. And the other thing I'll note is on October 4th, okay, just 15 days ago, this horse was entered by Will Walden in the Grade 1 First Lady. Now, she didn't run in the First Lady, but to even have that thought makes me feel like she's doing pretty darn well. You don't look at a race, a horse like this, and say, man, she probably needs one off the break. Let's enter her into a Grade 1. I think you say she's doing really well. Let's enter her in a Grade 1 and see what happens. Oh, you know what? Maybe let's wait for the other spot. It'll be a little bit easier for her. I think she's going to run a much better race than some might think. I'll take her. I'm not against tax implications. I'm just a little bit for the 2 Aussie Girl.
And, yeah, I think what people are against is how short a price tax implications is.
Yeah, I mean, are we going to be surprised tax implication wins? No, of course not. I wonder with the 2 Aussie Girl, her best race maybe in that allowance race at Keeneland was when she was able to compete on Lasix. Now, this being a stakes race, you don't have the ability to compete on Lasix, and did that have something to do with how strong this effort was?
Still ran a big figure next time out in a Grade 1 without it.
Yeah, fair. And then the next race was dirt, so you put a line through that, right?
But
She's back
to your point, yeah, she was nowhere in the end in that Grade 1, and maybe it was just the company. So, tough read. But this was her at her best. But this was her at her best, too, in the front end, which also she may not be able to do today.
Again, I think it depends a lot on the 4 Connie Fizz and maybe even the 5 Mrs. Gambolini, who has coming out of turf sprints, even though she doesn't have speed per se in turf sprints.
Too.
The way she ran as well as she ran last time, Edict, I've got to think they're going to be looking to get in that stalking spot again. It was the first time she didn't throw in the towel.
Run. Yeah. There she is. That was in the Athenia on this course and set off the pace. And it had plenty of finish, even though she didn't win.
we'll pay a lot of attention to Kendrick Carmouche when he leaves the gate. I think you'll see him leave in a much more quieter posture, his hands with a longer hold, just trying to get her to settle into his hands. The last thing you want is for her to get keen. I just think she ran so well using that tactic last time. I can't see them deviating.
And the 5 stretching out with turf sprint speed, you got to figure is going to be in front. Let's go back down to Acacia.
Yeah, the pace is a very interesting conversation in this race, and I'm sure your favorite tax implications would hope that there'd be some pace. I have nothing against her. She looks fantastic, as she always does, and at a short price, we'll see if she can get the win. But I am very intrigued by the 5, Mrs. Gambolini, stretching out. I'd actually written last time in my notes when she was just totally outfooted, and everybody was, by Luna Luska, who wired the field in the Floral Park. I wrote that she had a very long back and was built more like a miler. So that's what she gets to do today. That's what she physically looks like she wants to, Mrs. Gambolini. She's got a lot of size, a lot of length to her frame as well. She actually broke well last time out and then was kind of taken back and tried to run on late. She ran okay. Nobody was catching the leader that day, but I am really interested to see her getting more ground to work with today at a 7-1, and we'll see if she can use that to her ability, and she should be more forward, as she did show more speed sprinting earlier in her career. I'm with Richie, though, on the tactics for the 3 Edict. She settled nicely last time as she broke sharply from the rail and then let other horses go to the front. Today, she's drawn a little bit more to the middle of the pack. Well, actually, she's second now from the rail with the scratch of the 1, but she went out last in the post parade, as she can often be a real handful prior to her races. But as we've gotten to see her stateside, she's continued to progress and settle for her standards. This is doing exceptionally well, and Kendrick keeping her with the pony, keeping her as quiet as possible prior to the race. So I think it's one of those cases where something happens at the start, nobody else goes, Kendrick will take advantage, but I think they want her to be able to settle, because even when she was able sometimes to go to the front end, she'd start to do a little bit too much, and I think it's a matter of getting her to switch off, Greg.
Play this race and all the action through the Breeders' Cup and beyond at Naira Bets. That's the offer, the $25 free bet, $200 deposit match. New customer bonus when you punch in Cup 25 at sign up right there at NairaBets.com. So here they come onto the turf course for the second of 3 stakes on this Sunday card. Noble Damsel, Chad Brown trying to win for a 7th time in his career. These Silks were the last winners of his 6 for him on one that came off the turf with Gerrymander, but tax implications. Certainly has the talent to win it, deserves to be the one to beat maybe, but not 4 to 5.
No, I think that's my only issue, is just how short a price she is. And listen, she wins like a 4 to 5 shot. And I said, well, I got to give it to her. You know, it was 100% wrong. We'll know in a few minutes, won't we?
Yes, we will. We'll find out. And I don't know, maybe she's going in the right, maybe they're just getting her back to the best she's been.
Well, I mean, would that surprise you? Wouldn't surprise me at all.
No, nothing
Chad
from this
Brown
barn would surprise me.
No doubt. Listen, I'm going with a little bit of the stranger. Not a little bit, the stranger, Connie Fizz. You know, she's 6 for 8 lifetime with 2 seconds. She's faced Top Flight Company in Argentina. Now she's got to, obviously it's got to translate here.
Outside of tax implications, this is a little bit of question marks with everybody and guessing on if there's upside.
I think that's a fair way to frame it, right? You get a horse stretching out like Mrs. Gambolini, Feather Boa, Falangleif, Edict. Will she settle? Aussie Girl, can she get back to that good race at Keeneland?
From a year ago?
Yeah.
Noble Damsel. Chad Brown looking for a 7th with this one right here. Tax implications. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Implications. All set for the Noble Damsel. And they're off. Mrs. Gambolini breaks with early speed from in between horses. There's Connie Fizz in the early mix 2-4 across the course early. Edict is going to back out of there. Aussie Girl is going to hold that rail position, and now Connie Fizz. Jorge Ruiz will press on. Little Keen wants to go here, sprinting towards that first turn, is well off the rail, and Ruiz is trying to corner and not having success. Right now goes about 3 wide around that turn, is trying to get over to the rail, but very keen. Up top is Connie Fizz, trying to settle as they work to the backstretch, is well off the rail. Down towards the inside, that's Aussie Girl. Just behind them, Mrs. Gambolini. Then another 2.5 Back to Edict, who's a comfortable 4th. It's another 5. Back to the 2 trailers. There's Tax Implications, who's another length and a half in front of Feather Boa. Still trying to settle, Coney Fizz, 23.32 for the opening quarter mile. She wants to go, and Coney Fizz is approaching a half mile left to go, and they went 48 seconds flat for a half mile time. Still has about 2.5 lengths on Aussie Girl towards the inside. Mrs. Gambolini is in 3rd. Edict, no move yet. Tax Implications and Feather Boa, they travel as a pair. They're the 2 trailers. Coney Fizz is now approaching a quarter mile left to go. Head held high, but is still in front. Coney Fizz reaching the top of the lane, is trying to slow it down and make it a sprint for home. Here we go at the top of the lane. And now Aussie Girl ready to pounce, and Aussie Girl runs right by Mrs. Gambolini. Tax Implications trying to make up ground. Aussie Girl got the jump. Edict is down on the inside. Tax Implications now opening up her stride, coming after Aussie Girl, who's still in front. Aussie Girl in front. Tax Implications. Feather Boa on late. Aussie Girl trying to find this final inside the 16th, and Aussie Girl held off Tax Implications to win the Noble Damsel. Then came another photo that was Feather Boa to the outside of Edict, but give it to Aussie Girl. Dylan Davis. They win the Noble Damsel.
Showed you the feature on trainer Will Walden. Gets a stakes win here. Second victory in the States for this 5-year-old mare. Dylan Davis aboard.
Yeah, the feature angle continues to be a strong way to play. Aussie Girls had a perfect trip. The 4 Coney Fizz just a bit too rank, a little bit too keen. Dylan was able to back Aussie Girl out, sit the perfect trip, get first run, and hold off your favorite Tax Implications, who got there and just never looked to me like she was going to get any further than her neck behind that horse. She just seemed very content to run up alongside, and now she has 3 wins, 7 seconds.
And Feather Boa, just a 6 furlong sprint in about the last 2 years, on for 3rd.
A nice effort by her, particularly off of that extended layoff. Todd Pletcher did a really good job to have her ready. Listen, no knock on Tax Implications. She ran a terrific race. She came up second best to a perfect trip winner in Aussie Girl, but just leaves you with that impression that she's pretty content to run with horses.
2-7-6-3. Woodford Thoroughbreds, Will Walden, Dylan Davis winning connections here with Aussie Girl and the Noble Damsel, who collects her first stakes victory here in the U.S. and does so at 4-1. One more stake still to come. 2 more races on this Sunday card. Still have the autumn days to close things out. It's Aussie Girl and the Noble Damsel.
$650,000, not anybody else won. $650,000, not a minute, $1,650,000, not a half. $1,600,000, thank you.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. One of the best turf fillies in the nation during her 3-year-old season, I Scream You Scream won each of her first 4 starts with trainer Phil Diamato, including the Grade 2 San Clemente over graded winners Zona Verde and Maduro. From there, she captured the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks.
Maduro can get her. I Scream You Scream.
The speedy I Scream You Scream has earned nearly $400,000 for owners Agave Racing Stable, Little Red Feather Racing, John Hundley Jr., Marcia Nafee, and John and Stacy Snyder. A daughter of Twirling Candy, the sire of 11 Grade 1 winners, I Scream You Scream is a half-sister to a stakes producer out of the Grade 3 winner Silver Screamer. Her page includes Grade 1 winners One of a Klein, Summer Colony, and Gemologist. Grade 1 winner I Scream You Scream, selling this November with TaylorMade Sales Agency.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, as we saw a game performance from Aussie Girl in the Noble Damsel with Dylan Davis aboard. As Dylan, she really fought for you there when the favorite tax implications came alongside, kind of digging in the stretch and the final jumps.
Yeah, she was really game today. Will just gave me some, a couple of plans here. Just break well. If she could be on the lead, that's good, but with some easy fractions, but someone decides they want to take it and go a little quicker than we like, just sit off of it. And that's what we ended up doing into the first turn. And she's very game. She was on the bridle the whole way around there and even coming back after the race. But anyways, turn for home. I was able to get a nice spot when I wanted to move, and she was all there for me, and she dove right in there back to the rail. And then again, game effort all the way with the late challenger.
Yeah, the pace setter pretty keen on the front end. What's it like kind of being in that chasing spot and trying to make sure your filly is settled?
Yeah, it was just really, it looked like Ruiz was having a little difficulties. His horse was getting out a little bit, and, just really, really tough for him. So just rode the rail into the first turn, and I thought that he actually lost her for a little bit. Able to get her back to the rail into the second turn. I thought that it would be a little difficult again into the second turn, but she was able to. He was able to manage her well into the second turn, so I opted to go outside at that point and then move when I wanted to. It was that or go up the rail, so I opted to go outside, and there she was for me. She was game for me and fought hard. Yeah.
I made the right decisions there. Congratulations on getting a nice win.
Thank you. Right.
Greg?
He makes a lot of right decisions. Aussie Girl with the victory. Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale after the Breeders' Cup, November 3rd in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Yeah, Dylan talked about the leader, Coney Fizz, trying to get out, giving the rider a hard time, and he didn't want to overcommit to her outside until he knew he had her back under control, and that's when he made the decision. And when you're riding well, these are the things that you're processing on the fly. There's not a lot of time out there, so you've really got to go on your instincts.
Let's move on to the 8th. And on the main track here, New York bred first level allowance sprint at 6 furlongs. Man in Finance, off just shy of a year. Came back for Danny Gargan, ran second at this condition at Saratoga. That was back on August 24th with some improvement off that effort. Could be pretty tough to beat.
Yeah, you've got to think with that race under his belt, I thought kind of moved a bit aggressively and just was ripe to get picked off that layoff. Race under belt, turned back a 16th of a mile in distance, should be very tough.
We're going to take a break. This race, one more stakes race to come, a sprint to close things out on the card in the autumn days. We're going to take a timeout. Can the Americans end their drought in the juvenile turf? Botas for Miguel Clement. Pilgrim winner Argos for Riley Mott, two-time graded stakes winner. Final score for Todd Fletcher. Take a look at them all next.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
And then at $410,000.
There's your winner, $410,000.
$400,000.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring,
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. Randomized asserted herself as one of the top 3-year-old fillies of her class with a decisive victory in the Grade 1 Alabama. In her next start, she captured the Grade 2 Beldame by nearly 4 lengths.
Randomized, wire to wire.
These 2 graded stakes wins saw her topple Grade 1 winners like Wet Paint, Defining Purpose, Chocolate Gelato, and Amore. From there, she defeated all but dual champion Idiomatic in the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Distaff. At 4, she won the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps, outdueling Idiomatic, as well as Eclipse champions Pretty Mischievous and Soul of an Angel. Winner of the Grade 3 Molly Pitcher this year at 5, she's earned more than $1.7 million for owner Klarovich Stables and trainer Chad Brown. By the champion Nyquist, randomized hails from the family of Grade 1 winners New Year's Day and Got Stormy. Grade 1 winner, randomized, selling this November with Elite Agent.
Fire at Will moves up on the outside. Gretzky the Great is in third. Cadillac fourth. Battleground is fifth on the outside. Fire at Will puts ahead in front from Outador in second. Battleground, then Cadillac to the inside. Fire at Will to the front and drawing clear for Ricardo Santana Jr. in the Juvenile turf.
Yeah, and trainer Mike Maker as well. 30-1, completely dismissed. The last time we saw an American win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile turf.
This was a nice effort this day, but it just seems like they've gotten very proficient, the Europeans, to who will adjust to American racing, who will handle the tighter turns, who will have enough gate speed, and obviously they've been picking the right ones to come over here.
Look at who has been successful North American-based winners. Oscar Performance on that list. Now. These are horses who made their final prep in North America. We're going to take a look at one of those who did as well in North America. But let's start with Botas for Miguel Clement, who we saw look pretty good with that maiden score in the debut at Saratoga and then backed it up with a win in the Pilgrim.
I like the professionalism this horse has shown. This effort here was just, he put his head down in the Pilgrim. He came through along the inside. He did everything right. He showed he can battle. This is an exciting young prospect.
And horse who finished just behind him, pretty talented as well, who's not yet won. Here's Johnny, but Ray Handel is going to be sending his first Breeders' Cup horse to this race as well.
Wow, interesting. I didn't realize that Ray hadn't started one yet in the Breeders' Cup, but listen, he was ahead away, and Botas is going to get attention, right? He's got to attract support off of this effort.
Take a look at the Breeders' Cup Challenge winners for this division. Argos for Riley Mott, Group 1 Summer winner. Final scores, we mentioned a 2-time graded stakes winner for Todd Pletcher, and then Aidan O'Brien's Puerto Rico. Let's bring in Acacia for more on a very interesting division. We'll see if the North American-based runners can make an impact.
And of course, you do always wonder which Euros end up coming over. And as is often the case, they do have a strong hand when it comes to their turf horses. But I think this year we do have a very intriguing group of North American 2-year-old turf horses going on to the Breeders' Cup, including Argos, who, as you guys mentioned, won the summer for trainer Riley Mott. He got an absolutely beautiful trip under Flavien Prat in there. He was drawn towards the inside and was able to really work out a perfectly kind of sweet inside-out trip that you like to see in turf racing, but he was also game. He did win at Ellis first out sprinting, finished third in a stake at Woodbine following that, and then got this win, which was a Breeders' Cup win and you're in, and was also the second Grade 1 victory for Riley Mott, who we saw win the Saratoga Derby with World Beater this summer. So some young trainers, you talked about Miguel, Riley, we just saw Will Walden win a race that have had some big success with some of these nice horses, and moving on to the Breeders' Cup as well. Pretty fun to follow too, but for one trainer that certainly knows how to win these races in Todd Pletcher, JK, final score looking to keep scoring moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, final score and those blue and orange silks of Mike Rapoli, you're not used to seeing those names pop up in these big turf races, but Mike Rapoli's really kind of spread out a lot of the different types of horses he's getting. Wants to participate in all the big races, and he's got a good one in final score, who's won 3 races in a row, a couple of stakes, right, at Saratoga and Keeneland. You got to feel pretty good about the fact that you got a horse that's done that. The problem is that the figures haven't been daunting. They've been good. The performances have been good. But when you're dealing with these juvenile turf races, whether it be the Phillies or the Colts, it always breaks down to who are they going to bring over from overseas, whether it be from Europe or Japan. And I think that one of the biggest issues is how do ours stack up versus theirs. I'll tell you this. You got to feel good if you like a horse like Final Score, who has won 3 races in a row, has won 2 stakes at our 2 most prestigious racetracks in Saratoga and Keeneland. Definitely going in the right direction, but the question still remains, who are they bringing?
Indeed, that is always the question, and there's some good names out there, and you saw on that list of those that won races that punch your ticket. Aidan O'Brien's Puerto Rico on that list as well, who has put together a pretty imposing resume off back-to-back group wins, including a Group 1 win last time out at Longchamp, but he'll be going beyond 7 furlongs for the first time.
Yeah, so of course there's questions here. One thing to look at, especially when you're handicapping those juvenile turf races with the Euros, is check to see if they've run around turns. If they've run just straightaways, it denotes it right there in the racing form. LH for left-handed, RH for right-handed, and then obviously straightaway, no turns. And
is that a big thing for? I mean, usually they adjust, don't they?
I think it's a big thing. First time a horse, if they've never run around a turn at all, I think it's a big thing.
No, I mean left-hand and right-hand.
Well, no, I think if they've already shown that they can bend and be amenable to what the rider wants, that's fine, no matter which direction they go. But if a horse has only run a straightaway and now he's getting 2 turns thrown at him at a tight track like Del Mar, a 7/8 turf course, that's something I am going to look at and maybe downgrade a horse to a horse that's already shown the ability to handle the tighter turns and the tactics that are involved there.
We're going to know pretty soon who is making the journey to Del Mar Halloween, October 31st. 2-year-olds in action for the Breeders' Cup, and then the big day on Saturday. Race 8, we're on the dirt here on our Sunday card. New York bred first level allowance race. Yeah, I talked about if this horse can improve, second off a long time away. I still think this is an extremely wide open race.
I would agree with that. He's lightly raced the 6-man in finance, as is the 5 Long Pour, and they've got races that would make him competitive. But there's some others in here too, even though they have larger resumes, have run races good enough to win.
Now let's look at the comeback race for this favorite, the 6, who was just on our screen. So it was away after 2 starts, winning the debut, winning a stake, distant 4th behind a pretty good one named Shoot It True, by the way. Comes back off about 8 months away and runs 2nd, puts in a big move to come up short.
Well, didn't he run just like a horse that was in need of the race? He moved like a winner. He took the leaders, and he's just getting a little bit leg weary here, and it was right for him to be picked off by a back runner. He just ran to me like a horse that the race is going to move forward.
And he's a 2-to-1 favorite right now. Has to benefit, you would think, from that long time away and that effort. Or you didn't even see that horse coming at him either.
I think he was a tired horse at that point. That was my take on it.
Not that it would have changed anything.
No,
yeah.
But and there you see the Delphi Racing Club Silks. Actually, they were nice enough, Matt Kater and the group, to sponsor my daughter Gabrielle yesterday in the Real Rider Cup. So thank you to them, and I hope they have some luck and success here.
I think we're going to have some coverage from what happened to the Real Rider Cup next week. Maggie was there as well, and they were on the same team together, right?
They're on the same team. I was really happy that Gabby was there with Maggie, because we couldn't be there working and stuff, so I was just glad that she had someone there to help support her, and I know Maggie was looking out for her.
Kendrick about to hop aboard Man in Finance. You look to the rest of this field. I thought, the one interesting, kind of going in the right direction until it was off for some time, and then gets a wet track for the comeback. So I sort of forgive that effort from the 1.
Went up to Finger Lakes, was ridden by Sean Bridgmahan, who assists Melanie Giddings, and probably they were looking to just get a good race into this horse, which probably fit the bill right there.
It was in against graded stakes winner Moplex before that, I believe just announced his retirement.
He didn't run badly in that base show either. It wasn't a poor effort at all.
Here he is. Christopher Elliott will be aboard for Melanie Giddings on Share the Loot.
Yeah, had the race off the bench at Finger Lakes. Should be a fitter horse today.
We jump to Roofer, who wants to be quick early 8-1 right now with Dylan Davis.
Owner Richard Greeley is a roofer, hence the name Roofer. And this horse has got one way to go. He runs his best on the lead.
Big work, too, October 11th. Here's the 5 long. Poor Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, comes off, I thought, a good effort, well beaten by National Identity, but I thought the race was okay.
Here's the favorite, 9-5 for Danny Gargan.
Hard for me to see to pass this horse. He just ran like a horse who was in need of that last race.
Leo's Reward, David Donkey. Go 3 starts back, Saratoga. 83 buyer, just missed.
Yeah, and a horse that has got a closing style. He'd like to see some things heat up on the front end.
And Uncle George, 8-1. He's taking a little bit of money outside.
He's also got some races that would make him competitive here, and he's run well here at Aqueduct.
Empire Sky comes off maybe the fastest race of anyone, but it was at Parks. Do you trust it? It was a race where he had gone turf to dirt.
It does seem like he's just in really, really good form right now, and he's getting back with New York breds. He's very interesting.
But you say you're pretty confident with a 6.
I'm not trying to beat the 6. I just think this horse ran too well off the layoff and could improve here.
5 minutes away, Man in Finance. How does he look coming back for start number 2 off the bench, Acacia?
He looks great. I wasn't in the paddock for his last start, but I agree with Richie watching that race. He ran like a horse that really needed the race off the layoff. He is a bigger bodied individual. He carries some good substance to him. And so there's probably only so much you can do to get a horse like that fit in the mornings. And so a race will just really serve for so much more than just workouts will as well. And he ran fine that day. He was kind of urged into the race, then settled in chasing, had to duel for a little bit before getting run down late, and On the Hill came rolling at the end of the stretch there. So I certainly appreciate what Man in Finance did off the bench. Interestingly enough, as a 2-year-old, they seemed like he was just mentally maybe a little bit all over the place. He used to not have a starter with him in the gate, or he'd wear a shadow roll. And it seems like mentally he's taken a huge step forward, much more kind of basic equipment on him now as a 3-year-old. The number 5, Long Pour, I think is kind of the other horse in here, as he was a horse I'd actually liked a little bit first time out, and then getting onto a fast track the next time, he was able to comfortably wire the field. And I think that he is so much better when he can be forward. He was pressing last time, and it looked like he was done behind Roofer, and then actually came back again for second. He has a little bit of an awkward way of holding his tail. It's always just kind of how he has been throughout the running of the race, and so I think sometimes it can maybe just take a little bit of time, or maybe a rider that's not as familiar with him might think that maybe he's stopping when there might be more in the tank. So I like that Ricardo Santana is back aboard for the second time, and he looks sensational as well. The 5 and 6 by far the best 2 looking horses in this field. The number 1, Share the Loot, as you guys mentioned, is intriguing. He did lose at 4-5 last time out, which is I think certainly disappointing, and I thought it was a rather confident ride there, where he was kind of swooping out 3 wide to take over and then got run down late. But it was a wet track, and it was off of a layoff, and he's a big lanky type who has the tendency to get pretty warm, so he's getting washy out there on the track, but he does look very fit, and he should hopefully move forward out of that start and getting back onto a fast track. Is a generous price right now at 11-1. And send it over to Jonathan. Are you for or against Man in Finance?
I would say against. I think the 2 and the 5 are the ones that are the most interesting to me. And as they get a little bit closer in price, it makes it a little bit harder to separate the 2 of them. I elected to pick and talk about the 2. But I will say, if the 5 goes off at a similar price, like they're creeping in that direction, the 5 also seems very attractive. We'll talk about the 2, Empire Sky. Wolfie kind of touched on it. When you have a horse who runs really fast at a racetrack like Parks, sometimes you want to question whether or not that was a performance that you can lean on, that you can believe that happened. One of the best ways, to, in my opinion, to evaluate how good a race actually was, if a number was trustworthy, is to look to see how horses have run out of that race, right? Say on the day they got an 80. Do they come back and run a 70, or do they come back and run an 85? And I think when you look at the horses that have run out of that Empire Sky's last race, there's nothing definitive, but the horses haven't run poorly from a figure standpoint out of that race. The number becomes a little bit more trustworthy. So it's really about a price thing for me here. If the 2 Empire Sky stays at a much better price, I'll land there. But if the 5 long pour continues to creep up, I think there's an opportunity there as well. I thought this horse's race 2 back was outstanding.
See what happens. Thank you, JK. Yeah, this horse, I mean, if he can transfer that race and that Parks form here to Belmont of the Big A, everybody's probably in trouble.
Yeah, listen, his last race is a standout effort. Now, interesting, too, he gets a 10-pound apprentice. 10-pound apprentice means a rider that has not won 5 races yet in their career. And once they win 5, they become a 7-pound apprentice. So they get a 7-pound break in the weights until they win 35 races, and then they have 1 year from the date of their 5th winner as an apprentice jockey before becoming a full-fledged journeyman. He's being ridden by a 10-pound apprentice who is 3 for 12, winning at 25% to start his career. It's pretty strong.
And on a horse who's shown big ability here, but wow, that even money now on Man and Finance.
Yeah, listen, I'm not thrilled with the price. I just thought, you know, he needed his last race and should move forward. But I find Empire Sky very interesting, and I'm really curious to watch a 10-pound apprentice who's 3 for 12 this year ride. You know, sometimes you're hopeful to see a next star on the rise.
Do you remember that one of the big wins you had when you were still an apprentice?
Oh, of course, yeah. I mean, and my first win was a bit of a surprise, but I won a second race that night. So I went for like 2 for like my first 15. This kid's 3 for his first 12.
Not a bad start. See if Empire Sky can make an impact here. Where we have an even money favorite. There's the young rider, 10-pound apprentice. But this one's even money with the accomplished Kendrick Carmouche for Danny Gargan. Second back off a long time away. And improvement off that first back off the bench. Could be very tough in this spot. Post time coming up. Race 8. We have the Autumn Days sprinting on the grass. Fillies and mares to close out the card still to come. Let's send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Empire Sky, share the Lutes in. Empire Sky just hesitating briefly. Now he's gone in. Roofer. Roofer and Dylan Davis aboard. Next will be Long Pour. Ricardo Santana Jr. Man in Finance. Kendrick Carmouche. 2 out. Sahin Savachi on Leo's Reward. To the outside and last to load, Uncle George. Lane Leslie. Late double time. Uncle George steps in. All set. And they're off. Roofer has asked for early speed. Man in Finance towards the outside is in the early mix, and in between them, that's Long Pour. Pace duel on the front end, and just pulling up, being eased was Uncle George. Shortly after the start, just being eased is pulled towards the outside. Lane Leslie still aboard. They work up the backstretch, and the leader is Roofer. Roofer is in front with Long Pour is right there in second. Man in Finance is a comfortable third. At the rail comes Share the Loot, just towards their outside, Leo's Reward. The gray, that's Empire Sky. As they're well into the far turn now, 21-4, that posted opening quarter mile for Roofer. Roofer with the speed, back for more is Long Pour, and Long Pour is in the 2-path, 3 wide. Man in Finance starts to progress. From the back, here's Leo's Reward, has picked up a spot. Share the Loot, Empire Sky, they reach the top of the stretch, and Roofer still there. Roofer hugs the rail. Now Roofer gets nibbled at here, and Long Pour is in pursuit. Man in Finance, and Man in Finance means business. Man in Finance, Long Pour, they're well apart here for a final furlong. Now Man in Finance comes closer to his rival. Man in Finance puts a neck in front. Long Pour keeps battling on towards the inside. Man in Finance almost there. Man in Finance won it. Long Pour came second. Late rally there, Empire Sky and Leo's Reward in 1 minute 9 seconds flat.
Man in Finance, second off the bench. Impressive performance here. Kendrick Carmouche for Danny Gargan, 6.52.
Set a perfect trip, just poised, just off the speed. Another fast-paced race. This track is very, very fast, so they're kind of bouncing over the top of the ground. And a very logical results. Man in Finance was able to out-game Long Pour. And Empire Sky, who was pretty far back early, came with a nice resolute run to be third. But Man in Finance, I just think he benefited from his last race and gets it done as your favorite.
109.18. Final time as this horse gets to run down a pretty hot early pace.
Yeah, and sitting in that perfect position, right? You're just outside the other speeds. You're able to watch everything that's going on. And basically, Kendrick Carmouche controlled this race from that outside position, laying third. Roofer, good high speed. That's the way he wants to run. Long Pour, no excuses. Empire Sky maybe got a little further back than was prudent, but he did come with a nice steady run. And for a 10-pound apprentice, actually looked very professional finishing on this horse.
6-5-2-7, Man in Finance, 6-5 favorite with the win. We're going to close out our Sunday coverage with yet another stake. Autumn Days, 6 furlongs on the lawn. Graham Motion with Tupi. Flavien Prat will ride, coming in off a stakes victory at Maryland. Looking to go back-to-back.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
We're back on America's Day at the races. Glad to have you with us as we just saw Man in Finance get back to the winner's circles. I'm happy to be joined by Matt Cutera of Delphi Racing. And Matt, seemed like he really benefited from that race last time out and showed it today.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, credit to the barn. They did a good job of getting this horse back over the early part of the year. And obviously last race was a little bit disappointing to not get the win there up in Saratoga. He would train so well into it. But he kind of had the roughest of the trips there, I guess, and set it up for a horse to come from the back. It's just good to get a win this time.
And I know you guys purchased into him after his debut and then had to be patient with him a little bit as well, but it has to be exciting to see him back on the track.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of patient partners on this horse because we bought this horse with an idea of trying to run in the Stallion Series race. And obviously he came up with a little issue, didn't make it there. And like I said, Danny and his team have been really patient with the horse, and good to have him back in good shape now. And hopefully we can have a fun winter campaign. We like Aqueduct. Adelphi does.
As do we. As Richie Migliori was just talking about Gabby Migliori riding in the Real Rider Cup in the Adelphi Silks. I know you guys are really big supporters of Aftercare. It had to be really fun to see her representing those.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Joe Migliori does a lot of work with us, buys our horses. And so when Gabby was going to ride in that, we, of course, jumped in and wanted to support it. And I was in the city last night, and she was nice enough to send me a nice highlight reel, and I watched it on the way home. It looks like she did a good job, so proud of her.
Awesome. As we love to see it, but congratulations on the win here.
Thank you.
Greg?
I already got the update from Mig. Very proud of his daughter. Man in Finance, $4.58 for the win.
Yes, had a perfect trip, got it done. Long pour, very game. Second best, Empire Sky. Nice finish under Ronaldo Rodriguez, a 10-pound apprentice who looks very professional. Maybe a name for people to keep an eye out for going forward.
Surprised how upset you were, though, that your daughter didn't win the competition. I thought that was a little strange. Late pick 5, 1 leg to go. I'm kidding. Here's what has come into this point. Jimmy's big day, 7-1, the biggest price, but Aussie Girl an upset where we had, I believe, even money on tax implications. So this might pay better than you believe. Going into this finale, Autumn Days, where we talked about Tupi for Grand Motion. We'll break second to the outside. Flavian Pratt opens as the 5-2 favorite.
Yeah, this is such a wide open race. Tupi obviously in good form. Flavian Pratt for Grand Motion. And she might have the right style. She's versatile, right? She doesn't have to be up on the pace, but she's not slow either. So it's a very, very competitive race.
The 1, the 4, the 5, the 8, and 10 all result in a pick 6 carryover. So we will see what happens as the horses make their way to the paddock. Good sprint to close things out. Very competitive group. $150,000 purse on the line. 2 for the Miguel Clement barn. Dance Macabre. And Don't Look Back at All. Stay with us.
Who's still a nose in front. Carew is lifting late as well. Better Lucky Than Good at the rail. Better Lucky Than Good. Carew, Better Lucky Than Good wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
There's nothing like being there at the race and having the horses go by and your horse is at the front of the pack. Nothing better.
We provide an inside look at the game. If people were to do this on their own, it would take years to develop the kind of relationships that we have with Hall of Fame trainers and horsemen. Here, you get to cut the line, so to speak, and you are in the thick of it at the highest levels of the game, and that's something that we really want for our partners. We want them to be dealing with high-class horses, have the chance to run in really big races, and we take care of the rest.
I look at spreading our placement of horse equine purchases as just a wise investment. They don't all work, but you're going to have ones that work because of the caliber of people at West Point that go through the horse selection vetting process. It's very thorough, super impressive.
Everybody here at West Point strives to provide a really comprehensive educational experience. We want you to be behind the velvet rope. Our partners get to know the trainers, the jockeys, obviously the horses. This is a real immersive experience to really get your feet wet and just feel like you're part of the action at the very front row.
I think it starts with the top, Terry and Debbie, ethics, this industry, having the right leader sets a tone for an organization. And they bring all that in every interaction, as does the entire West Point team.
You know, there aren't that many investments where you feel like part of a team, part of a family, but that's really true here, and that's what makes West Point Thoroughbreds so special.
Well, here's one from those connections. West Point with Don't Look Back at All, who was in this race last year, one of 3 in the race last year for Miguel Clement, who would wind up winning it with, and there's Miguel with Love Appeals. He's got just 2 in the race this year, but they're pretty good.
Well, maybe he only needs 2.
We will find out. Both former graded stakes winners. And yeah, in this race last year, the Clement barn, Christophe, Love Appeals the victory.
Big fan of Love Appeals. Love the way she finishes. I think like 6 furlongs was probably her optimum distance. 5.5 seemed maybe at times a little sharp. Anything further, maybe touch long, but 6 furlongs, that was her wheelhouse, and got it done last year very nicely. Miguel's very live this year too. I think with both of his runners, the 4 Dance Macabre as well as the 8 Don't Look Back at All.
It was part of a 3-win day for Dylan Davis, 2 for the late Christophe Clement. But yeah, 2 in this year's edition for Miguel. Dance Macabre, Don't Look Back at All. Don't Look Back at All. Mentioned they're both former graded stakes winners in very strong form until the Floral Park. Let's go back to the Smart and Fancy 2 starts back, Saratoga. 5.5 furlongs, and no shame in a runner-up finish to the incredibly talented Futures Now.
Futures Now may be the best female turf sprinter in North America. She is hickory, honest, shows up every time with an effort. So to run second to her, no embarrassment there. You just faced a very, very good race mare.
So winds up second to her off that performance. And I think it was second off a short layoff. Seemed like she was really going in the right direction, but then a disappointing performance in the Floral Park.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes you get to a certain time of year, some horses, what we call get over the top, right? They start to lose their form a little bit. I think today will be a truer indication of where she's at, but she's a player if she can find her A race.
There is Miguel and his other runner, Dance Macabre, with a win on this turf course, who 2 back. Winner at Woodbine going north of the border for a victory.
I think she's very much like Love Appeals, where 6 furlongs is her optimum distance. 5.5 a little bit sharp, I think. Anything further starts stretching her, but 6 furlongs at Aqueduct, much like the 6 furlongs here at Woodbine. I think that's the great equalizer, if you will.
Surprised in the odds disparity between these 2 stablemates. 3-1 on this one here, Dance Macabre. 7-1 on Don't Look Back at All. We'll see if that stands. I would think that's going to change. Favorite, though, right now, Tupi, who was a stakes winner last time out. That was out of town in Maryland at Laurel. Let's go down to Acacia.
And we'll start there with Tupi, who does come in off the back of that win over Life, Love, and Laughter, and we'll get a chance to see them rematch today. But as far as Tupi is concerned, she is a high-energy filly. She's a little bit tricky. She was held by the Outrider pony, saddle on the walk, a little bit spicy getting the tack on. She wears the hood prior to the race. That's kind of always how it has been with her, what they did in the Caress 2-back as well, where Future is now did win, and she can be pretty keen prior to her races. She has not really settled altogether. She is quite hot, in fact, but again, that's typical of Tupi. She's very good. The one concern I would have is that, as Andy, Sterling, and I were discussing earlier, there are several turf sprinters in here that kind of look similar. And what Tupi has that some of the others don't is that she does have some natural speed. Now, her last 2 starts, she has not been good getting out of the gate. She actually broke in and hit the gate last time out. She was awkward 2 starts back and wasn't the quickest out of the gate 2 back. So I am thinking that that could be a little bit of the question for her, and maybe it is because she is so high energy prior to her races that she loses a little bit of focus sometimes at the beginning of the race. Her speed is her weapon. She seems to have settled a little bit more now, though again, she is warm. She's incredibly fit coming in here, and she brings some very strong credentials, including a race where she took some time to switch leads, but was in tight between horses last time at Laurel and had to muscle her way through. Very game, and she was decidedly best. That was over the number 7, Life, Love, and Laughter, who, as I mentioned, they'll get a chance to rematch here. She's a Maryland bred, as she was effective against State Bred and Restricted Company, 2 and 3 back, even winning, going a mile and a 16th and going longer. I've always felt that she's built more like a horse that wants to go shorter, though, and I like them keeping her at a sprint distance. Even though she was defeated last time, she ran her fastest by her speed figure of a 90 when being beaten by Tupi. She has really progressed since I've last seen her. She's filled out a lot now as a 5-year-old too, and just kind of really carrying her best weight, and I think this is the right kind of spot for her going this sprint distance. Very relaxed here in the paddock, which I do appreciate. For somebody, Michael Trombetta, maybe there is no Futures now in here, but we have seen him be really successful with some nice turf sprinters. Looking at the number 3, Do-Gooder, this is a filly that has really turned a corner, especially when cutting back in distance. She won nicely, going 6.5 at Kentucky Downs last time out, able to press a pace setter early and then pull away much the best, and a pretty impressive performance there at a track that sometimes others just don't really handle. I know that she won a couple times at a mile down at Gulfstream. I think that's a turf course where you're able to kind of stretch your speed a little bit better altogether. I think that she is a sprinter, and I like that they are keeping her here at this distance, cutting back a bit. She has natural speed, even when going a bit shorter, that didn't seem to dull her early foot, and as is often the case with Jenna Antonucci's horses, she looks fantastic. Great coat, super weight on her, really well muscled in her hind end, which I like for a sprinter. One thing I will say is she's very laid back. I typically like to see my sprinters get on the muscle a little bit more, so I'll watch her in the warm-up, but I think she does seem to be taking it all in and coming in off of an impressive victory, Greg.
She got a big assist, too, with a 6 coming out. Some of the other primary speed. Wonder if Javier Castellano can control up front on Do-Gooder. Certainly dangerous with that speed she possesses. Here's Tupi, still the 9-5 favorite for Graham Motion. That was a really fast race that she won last start.
Yeah, and she's had a good trip because she's versatile. She can come from further back if they go very quick. She can lay up a little closer, which I think she may have to employ those tactics today because I don't see a tremendous amount of speed signed on here. But she finished hot, duck to the rail there, gets this rail run here. So important to save ground. See her head turned out looking at that other horse like, I got to make sure I secure my path here. Nice run from her.
Won this race, yeah, despite kind of where she wants to be. Hit the gate further back than she usually is. She's usually right up on the action and able to overcome it. Huge effort. And public all over it, 9-5. She's going to be tough in here with her A race.
Just a quick question. The 7, Life, Love, and Laughter's 11-1, and she was second to your favorite at 9-5. Too big a price?
Way too big a price. Yeah, I'm with you. There's the one. That is Johanny, Kendrick Carmouche.
Turning back in distance, lacks speed in a race that doesn't have a tremendous amount of speed.
Ready to jam. Good effort sprinting at Woodbine 2-back.
Yeah, and can get some position. Certainly, he's going to have to bring her A-plus effort.
Here's the speedy do-gooder we talked about with Javier Castellano.
Could turn out to be the speed of the speed here.
1 of 2 for Miguel Clement, Dance Macabre.
This is who I like. Her record at 6 furlongs really points her out to me.
Mike Maker, Byron Riley's redemption at a big number.
Yeah, filly that can have speed at times. Don't know what happened last time. She showed none of her normal speed.
Had won 3 in a row, and as you mentioned, just beat by 2P last start. Life, Love, and Laughter.
She's in raging form, and 11-1 is way too big a price.
The other Clement run, that's a big number on this one. It's 7-1.
Yeah, it's like people are just throwing her out off her last race, but her previous race would be very tough here.
Ricardo Santana Jr. rides, and then 2P, 9-5 favorite, Graham Motion.
Deserving favorite. Her versatility makes her double tough, and she's honest. She just shows up and gives that effort.
And Cavalier Cupid seems like would be a big stretch, but that was a big number she earned at Colonial last start, but this is a whole different kind of company.
Yeah, I mean, she's coming off the best race of her life. She's going to have to take another big step forward here, but, you know, it would be a surprise to me, but horses will certainly surprise us.
9-5 favorite is bringing JK, this one on our screen. 2P. What do you think, Jonathan?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's one of those situations where in turf sprints, I'm always going to look for horses that have a tactical edge, a horse that can be forward, a horse that can be kind of make their own trip. One that even in a race that has a lot of speed in it, I'm going to sometimes side with the speed of the speed. The problem is that this race doesn't have a lot of pace in it. And the 9 2P, while her last race was from out of it, she does have some races where she can be a little bit more forward. And Flavien Prat is who he is, and the success he's had is because at times when others aren't aggressive, he can be. So I wish that I could bet the race after it starts, where I can see if Flavien's going to be aggressive, if he's going to be forward, if he's going to find position. If he does, I do like the 9 2P quite a bit. But that is a little bit of an unknown. At a short price, I wouldn't talk anyone off of wanting to go elsewhere. If I was going to go elsewhere, which I'm not, I'm going to side with the 9. The 7, Life, Love, and Laughter, is one that also has a little bit of speed, a little bit more consistent with their style. You're getting a much better price with Life, Love, and Laughter. And the horse was pretty close last time to the horse that's, 10 times less in price. So for me, I'm going to go with the 9. I trust that Flavien's going to be aggressive, but I wouldn't talk anyone off of a horse like the 7, Life, Love, and Laughter.
Yeah, as we touched on, that price is just way too big. 11-1 on a multiple stakes winner who was in raging form before that runner-up finish to the favorite.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think she's a major player. The way I looked at the race, the 3 horses that I feel like the ones I want are the 4, Dance Macabre, the 7, Life, Love, and Laughter, and, of course, your favorite, 2P. To me, that the race runs through the 3 of them.
I still think that price is too big on the 8.
Mm-hmm.
Don't look back at all. We'll see. Ricardo Santana Jr. will be aboard.
Greg, I might make too much of some of this, but like if you look at Dance Macabre's 6 furlong turf race efforts, right? 4 tries, 2 wins, a second, and a third. Don't look back at all. 9 tries, 2 wins, and a second. So I'm really leaning more on the strength of her races at today's distance.
Let's go back downstairs to Acacia.
And taking a look at the 2 for the Claybourne Barn as Dance Macabre, I agree with Richie, and that had been a little bit of a question even with some of those Saratoga races because she is a closing sprinter, that maybe the 5.5 just a bit tight for her in the way that she runs her races. Now, she and Don't Look Back at All are both older and coming towards the end of their very, very fun and wonderful careers, but I have to say about Dance Macabre, she looks sensational even still in her coat. She's prancing out there on the track, and she has done very well here on this Aqueduct turf course as well. She is a closing sprinter. I will say 2 starts back, she actually was a little bit more forward when she had a really adventurous trip. It seemed the rider had made a few mistakes, and she still was able to get up to win. Given her energy today, I'm wondering if we will see her not quite as far back as she was last time or even in the Intercontinental, where she just didn't really kick on as Don't Look Back at All. The number 8, she's another one that does have some past races with a little bit more forwardly placed types of races. And she and Danse Macabre had actually taken turns beating one another at one point as well. But as far as her last race goes, Luna Luska is a different type of turf sprint speed, and she ran everybody off their feet. And it seemed that Manny Franco last time in the Floral Park tried to get Don't Look Back at All into a little bit of a forward spot, and she just wasn't able to have that kind of turf sprint speed. So I think that she was kind of stuck in a position that she does not appreciate being in. She's been a little bit more frustrating this year for sure, in that she had that brilliant effort in the Smart and Fancy and disappointed in a couple of her other starts. I always joke with my husband that you can see her dapples from outer space, and she is a generous price if she can get back to some of that past form that she had, especially last year, Greg.
Ready to close out what's been a fun card with stakes action here in the autumn days. Fillies and Mares, 6 furlongs on the grass. As you look at those West Point Thoroughbred Silks, Don't Look Back at All, one of 2 for Miguel Clement here. But public throughout, they have been with Tupi here, the 9.
And listen, I think she's a very deserving favorite. She's consistent. She shows up. She's versatile. You get Flavien Prat for Grand Motion. There's a lot to like. I wound up on the 4, Danse Macabre. I just like her specifically at the 6 furlong distance.
She is taking money, 3-1. And we, back to Do-Gooder momentarily, because in terms of pace in this race, there's a chance she's in front in this spot, and the public sees it too. She's nowhere near her 10-1 morning line, all the way down to 9-2 right now.
And in case you pointed something out, her last start going 6.5, essentially going gate to wire, was coming off of longer races. So the fact that her speed wasn't dulled by those longer races is actually impressive. And now she gets to go back-to-back sprinting. Could even intensify her speed a little bit.
Yeah, and we talked about some of the other primary speed. The 6 scratched out of here, so it's going to make her job maybe a little bit easier. I guess Riley's Redemption is one who could, the 5, who's a big long shot. I don't know, going to be a factor at all late, but could show some speed. But Tupi, too, usually one who can be at least up and close, sitting right off the leader.
Yeah, she's usually more tactical than she was last time, but you pointed out how she hit the gate and kind of took herself out of position. Worked out a really good trip after that, though, huh? Getting the duck to the rail, save that ground, and splitting horses.
See what happens here in this autumn days to close it out. Again, opportunity for a pick 6 carryover. If the 1, 4, 5, 8, or 10 were to win, carryover into Wednesday's card. We do have a Wednesday card coming up this week, added day.
That's right, yeah, making up for that cancellation day last week. So nice that there'll be another card for horsemen to be able to get their horses to run.
There's the favorite, Flavien Prat. You're winning an Eclipse Award winning rider for Grand Motion on Tupi, 3-2. Coming off a stakes win at Laurel, former graded stakes winner as well out on the West Coast at Santa Anita. It's the autumn days. Chris Griffin, the call.
Tupi stepping forward. Thank you, Greg. Cavalier Cupid. Last to load to the outside. It's the autumn days. Finale here on this Sunday. All set. And they're off. Do-Gooder broke smoothly from in between horses. Here comes Don't Look Back at All. And Tupi in the early mix, too. That's the leading trio just behind them. Life, Love, and Laughter is a well-settled 4th. At the rail here comes Ready to Jam, is now in 5th. Out wider comes Riley's Redemption. Lineup of 3 at the back end of the field, Johanny with Danse Macabre and Cavalier Cupid. They speed up the backstretch, 22.51 for Don't Look Back at All. Don't Look Back at All takes him into the far turn. Tupi is right there in second. Took off of that early pace setter. At the rail, a little tight there for Do-Gooder, is looking for some room. Life, Love, and Laughter still in 4th. Ready to Jam is in behind them in 5th. Out wider, Riley's Redemption from the back. Johanny, Danse Macabre, and Cavalier Cupid. They reach the top of the lane. Don't Look Back at All is still in front. Tupi is now engaged from second. Just getting shut off was Do-Gooder. Nowhere to go. go there down at the rail. Ready to jam. Starts to roll in the 3-path. Life, Love, and Laughter's got momentum too. Life, Love, and Laughter. Johani from far out of it is now lifting late. Ready to jam. Has to hold off the oncoming strides of Johani. Ready to jam. Won it. Ready to Jam wins the Autumn Days. Johani up for second, then Life, Love, and Laughter. Then came Cavalier Cupid in a photo with Do Gooder. 1 minute 8.77 seconds in the Autumn Days.
Ready to Jam. Junior Alvarado Marcassi had some big turf sprints to go back to. Certainly a Woodbine 2 starts ago. Wins here at 8-1.
Yeah, race didn't play out the way we kind of saw it on paper. We thought Do Gooder would have more speed. She was rated. The 8-horse, Don't Look Back at All, wound up on the lead, but what a nice ride by Junior Alvarado on the 2 Ready to Jam. To save ground, patient, splits horses, comes out, gets it done. A couple of non-efforts. I think Tupi was kind of a flat today. I thought she got over the boiling point in the post parade. Really got, for a filly that's high-strung to begin with, I thought she went past the simmering point, but Ready to Jam gets it done with a perfect trip. Big effort by the long shot, the one, Johani.
What happened underneath? 23-1, 11-1, 55-1 to complete the superfecta here. 2-1-7-10.
I hope if you had the superfecta out there, congratulations.
Wow.
That's awesome. Life, Love, and Laughter gave a good effort. Just third best on the day, but boy, this was kind of an improbable result of the top 4.
Ready to Jam. Mark Cassie Barn, Gary Barber, DJ Stable, and Junior Alvarado with the victory here. And this one goes off at a nice price. Well, 8-1 on the morning line, but was a contender in this spot. Good race to close it out. And the favorites coming in, I mean, certainly Tupi, nowhere late.
Tupi was in position, too. Just had nothing when it came time to do the real running. But she also, like I said, I think she just got over the top on the way to the gate. Started lathering up and just didn't seem as happy as she could be, even though she has a habit of getting a little bit too revved up. Dancer Macabre way too far back. Don't Look Back at All, wound up on the lead. Probably better if she had a target to run at, but no pace really showed up.
And in the end, it's this one. So Ready to Jam and Johani, pretty improbable, completing the exacta in here at 23-1. So Autumn Days to Ready to Jam. Let's go back to earlier on the card this afternoon where it looked like Junior Alvarado was squarely on the horse to beat, not to be on Spiced Up, out on bail, edging out Cyclonite in a photo for the victory.
Well, the key to the race right here. Look at where Out on Bail is. On the inside, gray horse. Dylan Davis is right outside of him on Cyclonic. And watch now, if you cut the corner hard, you're not going to give that gray horse a chance to find that seam. Now your horse runs down there with this horse, but you've already given him that gap. Think about football, right? You got a guard pulling. He makes that hole for you. That was there, and he needed to jam that hole before he got in there. You get beat a nose, and those are the kind that, at least for me, I would go home and I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight if I let someone out of that spot inside of me and they beat me that narrow margin.
20-1 near miss right there. Yeah, in that Carl Place, but it goes to Out on Bail for Mike Maker at a couple of wins yesterday. Meanwhile, Noble Damsel, so much attention on the tote board to tax implications. Instead, it's Aussie girl, Will Walden, with the win.
Got the perfect trip under Dylan Davis, who, was able to get first run, came out and went by Coney Fizz, who was way too keen, and she had enough left to hold off Tax Implications, who I think she had every opportunity. She ran up alongside here. Did it ever feel like she was going to make that last push to get by?
Not at this point, but yeah, when she first gets there from this barn, those silks, with that rider, you usually think that's the case, but yeah, just...
And with momentum, too, and then she just kind of got there and seemed fairly content to kind of, well, I'm where I want to be. I'm with another horse, as opposed to asserting her dominance. And it's so important for horses to have, like human athletes, have that instinct to want to dominate.
Prices in a moment. Still waiting on these from the Autumn Days here. Ready to Jam, 8-1 to close out this Sunday card. This looked like, I thought, maybe the best race on the entire card.
It's
winds
very
up being
competitive,
incredibly
obviously.
wide open.
Yep. Yeah. Now, did this horse wind up with a carryover or no?
No, I believe hit.
Okay.
For, I want to say $33,000, but I'll double check that right now.
That's not going to happen if you go to a ball game. You'll have a good time, but you're not going to leave with more money than you came with.
$33,661 if you put this pick six together.
I tell you what, the three, do-gooder was very, very unlucky. She lacked room at a critical juncture. This is a horse you want to keep an eye on going back.
And the whole reason this pick six, I mean, I guess for some, this 8-1 to close it, not easy to have, but the whole thing that set this up was the first leg with Saratoga Snow, who was paid almost $40 to begin an incredibly improbable horse to win that first leg.
And that was Junior Alvarado as well, who delivered a tremendous ride.
First and last legs. Ready to jam, $18.34 for the win. $1,958 for the pick five, but a healthy pick six if you had it. And really, that is an incredible return on this. Yeah, we talked to Jimmy's Big Day, who just was a use on the fact getting back to its surface dirt for the second time in the career, but looked like speed to Safi Joseph Jr. was, I think, 3-1 at one point. Wound up going off at 7-1.
Blowing out. Yeah, good handicapping if you had it.
Back on, again, Wednesday, 1 Eastern start time on Fox Sports 2. So we will see you then. It was out on bail, nosing out Cyclonite for that victory in the Coral Place. Noble Damsel, Aussie Girl, holding off tax implications for the win. Trained by Will Walden and just showed you that Autumn Days. Mark Cassidy, Junior Alvarado, Gary Barber, DJ Stable with the win with Ready to Jam. See you on Wednesday.